I tried to delay a little bit to get yours to avoid your scatters. God damn it! Some of you kept them. Some of you kept them for now. I was not able to outplay you guys. I see. I see. Okay. Well, you win this time. You win this time. Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? How is everybody doing? Welcome to the Thursday stream. Once again, not the last day, not the last stream of the week. We have 2 more to go. We're gonna be live tomorrow as well, and we're gonna be live on Sunday as well. So plenty of content to be had this week. Today we're gonna have a little bit more of a focus on Phantom Nightmare format. It was a little bit of a shame yesterday. I had a lot of things planned for yesterday's stream, so I wasn't able to actually look at all the deck profiles that I wanted to look at and all the decks that I wanted to take a look at after Phantom Nightmare, because so far we've only really taken a look at, you know, pure Snake-Eyes / Fire King Snake-Eyes, and we've taken a look at Voiceless Voice. Obviously there's some more things that are worth looking at, so we're gonna do that today. There's some interesting deck profiles that I already saw, you know, like there's been like a couple of different tops of interesting decks that I want to look at. I haven't seen them yet, so we're gonna see how interesting they are. And then also we're gonna have to start thinking about what we want to play in the upcoming weeks, because I'm gonna do more remote duels in the upcoming weeks against you guys, and we have to build some decks for it. One of the most requested ones was Runick Snake-Eyes, so I think we can start with that. But then also I'm down to look at some other ideas later. So yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. We're gonna see how much time we have and whatnot. Honestly, I thought one fun thing we could do, if we have the time for it, is after we build the Runick Snake-Eye deck, we could technically also play a little bit with it on Master Duel, because I don't have remote setup for today. We could, I mean, because it's going to be almost the same, I think. I guess there's not going to be bonfire, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes later. First, we need to do the warm-up as per usual, and then we hop right into some Phantom Nightmare stuff. All right. No, SP, yeah, SP is probably going to be a big deal. SP is pretty good in any Runick version of the deck. Like you're going to rely heavily on SP for, like, especially going second, you know, but yeah. It might be a little too different. We'll see. We'll see. Less good Runicks. I mean, yeah, but like you can deal with that problem, right? Like it's not like Runick decks are dead in Master Duel right now. It's possible to play them, at least to get a feel for the idea, right? That's the main thing. Smile, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome. Always happy to see that first time Prime subscription. Runick Goatee. Runick Goatee is one of those one of the deck profiles that I have prepared, because it did get 5th place at a regional in the US. So we're gonna take a look at that later. All right. All right. Hold up. Get the warm up ready to go. Prepare your washed emotes. Prepare your washed emotes. Are there any super underground good decks right now? We have to check and see. I don't actually know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be underground. I'm not that deep into the format yet, but we'll see. Okay, let us guess some cards. Oh, that's the... Is that just called Peacock something? I think it's just Peacock. Yeah. Yep, cock. Ooh, that is World Chalice or World Legacy. Oof. I think it's World Legacy. Sorrow? No. Okay, that's about it. I'm not willing to guess 10,000. It's definitely, it's a World Legacy card. I know it. Legacy's Heart. God damn it. Fluffle Bear. Yes. This one does not look familiar at first glance. Don't know what that is. Oh, that level 6 synchro, I think. Ooh, that a Gen X? Yeah. Locomotion. Yep. Not a guitar, man. I hate the guitars. Please be mix. No. Guitar. No. Basses? Oh, is it basses again? Oh, God. That's Harpy. Is it Perfumer? Nope. Oracle? What do you mean Oracle? Harpy Oracle? Okay. Only 4 strings equals bass? I did not know that. I did not know that. Is that Bullet Train? Yep. Is that the difference between a guitar and a bass or bass? Rib Gardner? No. Okay. So I've been chatted at. Okay. Worm Solid, right? One is a fish and the other one is an instrument. I see. Good one. Don't know what that is. Echo oscillation. All right. Ooh, this one though, is that fairy on the broomstick? What is that? The witch on the broomstick. What is this called? I've seen it. It's like relatively old. Something Dream? No. Okay, chat doesn't seem to know either. Yeah. Oh, it's not even a broom. I always thought this was a broom that she was sitting on, but it's a tree. Okay. Pixie Night. Oh God. This is not Fiendish Shadow Spell? Not. No, I thought it was Fiendish Spell. I don't know this one. Execution of the contract. Toon Dark Magician? We're not on a great pace today. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday was a lot better. But we keep fighting. This is this Scout Buggy? Please be Scout Buggy. No, it's not. Formation. Okay. Oh, that's Scales. I think. I hope. Yeah. That's the only good thing about Super Heavy Samurai being meta, like briefly. The fact that I now know some of them. Ooh, memory loss. Yep. Goki? One of the bad ones, maybe? I think so. Oh, that's like one of the links. Guts? Maybe it's Guts. It's Guts. Is that Stardust Spark? I could confirm if I zoomed in more, but okay, we get more points this way. That's just a beat, bro. I don't know what that card is. Revival Swarm. Oh, that's the ritual level 4 dragon thingy. Paladin of White Dragon? Yeah. Okay, good, good, good. Who do we have here? Vampire? Yeah. Shadow Vampire. Clock. This is Clock Resonator. Yeah. Gravekeeper. Oh god, the Gravekeepers. Gravekeepers. What is this? Heretic? I'm gonna believe you. Heretic. Please be Heretic. It's Heretic. Okay. It's super easy to tell if it is a Gravekeeper or not. Gladiator Lash. Dude, how many lashes are there? Gladiator Beast. Just Gladiator Lash? That one. Okay. What are you saying to me? What do you mean? This is exactly what I thought it was. What is the double tag team? Okay, I don't want to talk about that one. I'm pissed. This is Crusadia. But I don't know which one. I don't know which one this is. Crusadia Testament. Okay. Well, today is rough. We're not doing great. Today is a rough one. These are literal all NPC cards. Almost no relevant ones. Ooh, this is Talvar. Lee. Lee, the World Chalice Fairy. Volcanic Rat. We got 420. Maybe we should just stop right there. Call it a day for the memes. It's not going to get much better. A Dino Wrestler. Sure. Give me another skip. I love skipping cards. Avatar of the Pot. Yep. Oh, this is a Ragnarok, right? One of them's this one. Yep. Thank God, I didn't actually know it was exactly that one. I just clicked one of them. Why is Bell Defender €12 each? I couldn't tell you that. I didn't even know it was that. Okay, some Eldritch, but El Dorado Adelantado. Okay, that's a funny name. I would have not guessed it though. Wait, that's an Exo Sister. That's Pax. Yeah. DNA surgery. Nice. This is Xing Zhenhu. Yep. Chaos End. Yep. Oh, fortunately the Earth. Naturia. Cherries. Maybe? I mean, it looks like cherries. Yep. Okay, we're catching up a little bit. That was a good couple. Okay, that is Dark Flame, Dark Flare Knight. Okay. Oh, which one is that? Twin Home? Yep. Is this Cursed Outland? Yeah. And here we've got Feral Imp. Dude, we're zooming right now. And right as I say it. Oh, that's Rika. Is that Glamour or Sheet? Glamour. And here we have... What? Don't know if I know you. Greater Inari Fire. We were gonna look at it today, Razor. We're gonna look at it. Ooh, this one is that Battle Scarred? Staunching. Oh, Staunching Defender. Staunch Defender. Yeah, right. Right. Cubic. What? Buster Gundil? Okay. I didn't know that one. I looked at chat for that one. That's a buff bug, dude. Oh, that's the... Is that Bladefly? No. Oh, it's the Link version. What is this called? Greatfly? Greatfly. Okay. Do you look familiar? You're like a magician. Yeah, that's a magician. Tuned magician? Yeah. Okay, Constellar. Something with A. Oh, there's a lot with A. Sheraton? I thought it was Alzam. Or something like that. Sheraton? Okay. Maybe I was chatting. It's Sheraton. Okay, this is Arcanite Magician, but it's not Arcanite Magician. I'm gonna skip that. Synchro Transcend. Who are you? Oh, that's Obedience. Obedience Schooled. I want to say that's an Aqua Actress, but yeah, it is. What is that? Oh, the Guardian, right. Okay, I don't think we have the time to get it. Oh, this is this a Mermail or an X-Saber? It's one of the two. I don't know. How the hell did we get 837 points after the first half we almost got nothing? The second half was kind of wild. The second half was kind of good. Like right around here, we were just killing it. We got everything except for Adelantado. The second half was insane. Yeah. It is not a situation for the washed emote. I'm glad to report it is not the time to be spamming the washed emote right now. All right. Let's quickly get this one done. We are looking for a small card from 2015. A small card from 2015. What's a small card from 2015? 2015 is an odd year because I'm mostly remembering, like, what is it, early pendulum days? What about, like, yeah, what about we try lizard draw? It is okay. It's good to know that it's not a pendulum, and it's even smaller than level 3, level 1 or 2, and not a pendulum from 2015. And it's not an earth either. Infernoids? Are Infernoids 2015? They are. That's wild. I thought they were 2016. Okay, it is a level 1, but it's not 0/0, and it's not a fire. It is not fire either, so we're looking at a level 1 wind, light, or water. Wind, light, or water. Some frog? I don't think so. Christian Kwan? That's 2016. Someone said Aqua Actress. That's also 2015, but it's not a water. It's not a water either. Okay, light or wind? Light or wind? Idea? Idea is 2016. Astral Karibo? 2021. Sylvan Peacekeeper? 2014. Backjack is a dark. Lyrilusk is there's no way Lyrilusk's on 2015. Yeah, it's not. Dude, wind or light? Wind or light? Level 1 wind. Fluffle? Those are all... No, there's not all earth. Ooh. Oh, you're right. It's Fluffle Wings. Okay. Yeah, good. Well done. Or Divine. It could technically be Divine. The day... I am scared of the day when the card of the day in this one is a Divine, because it's gonna take a while for us to figure that one out. If it's like... if it's Divine and we're like, god damn, what could it be? Yeah, that's gonna be a rough one whenever that happens. Well, we'll see. We shall see. DST King, think of the 14 months. Not fourth guess washed. I mean, a little bit, but it wasn't the most obvious one, so it's okay. It was decent. It was decent. All right. All right. With that, the warm-up is done. Yeah, you guys spam the washed emote all you want. Spam it to your heart's content. I don't even care anymore. You guys do it completely arbitrary anyways. The performance doesn't matter. You guys just want to spam it. You guys have the biggest piece of confirmation bias ever. Like you're going in this with the intention to spam it, so it doesn't matter. Could you fix the D behind? Oh, yeah, I can. There you go. Easy clap. All right. Finally. All right. Today, we are taking a little bit more of a look at Phantom Nightmare format. We've already started yesterday. We have started yesterday, obviously, but we didn't have that much time yesterday to take a look at these deck lists that people have been playing at tournaments and performing with. Because obviously yesterday was also a podcast recording day and Master Duel day. So today, I want to take a little bit more of a look at it. And then afterwards, we need to prepare for next week, because next week we're obviously going to do some more dueling. And I need to build decks for that. And I want to, we're just going to have some fun later figuring out what kind of decks I want to test in the upcoming format, like next week. So we're going to do that as well. And first things first, though, I want to take a look at some of the more interesting and experimental decks that people keep coming in chat and asking, like, hey, have you seen this deck perform, that deck perform? What do you think of this deck's performance? And I genuinely haven't seen all of them yet, so I am interested in it, because obviously the focus of almost every player in this current format is like they're focusing on the fire decks, maybe some voiceless voice, and so have we. So that's what we've been focusing on, but obviously there is more to it. So yeah. Are you going to update Lab? I'm curious to hear your opinion on why it seemingly underperformed this weekend. I haven't prepared Lab for today. It's somewhere back there. But we can talk about it. I mean, we've talked about Labyrinth a little bit. Like, that is one of the bigger surprises to me as well. The fact that Labyrinth doesn't really show up in the pie chart at all. It might just be an issue of the fire matchup not being great. Or, like, I think people perceive the fire matchup as bad. And I think as long as that is the perception of people going into the format, I think that leads to a very low representation of Labyrinth. Which is, I mean, that might single-handedly be the reason, right? It's like people are not willing to go to a tournament where they expect to play against fire decks like half of their rounds and have bad matchups against it. It's not perception, it's so bad. I mean, I'm not saying perception means that it's wrong. I didn't call it a wrong perception. I'm just saying that is the consensus, right? The community thinks Lab is bad against fire decks, and fire decks are super popular. Therefore, people aren't really playing fire decks, right? Labyrinth, I mean, rather. Which is fair, right? You would still, I think you would still expect it to at least show up in some capacity, but maybe another issue is that the deck also isn't like cheap at all, right? Like, it would still cost you a decent amount of money to pick up a Labyrinth deck, especially with transaction rollback, right? And if you're playing like Extravagance and you have to pick up multiple Chaos Angels, you're like, is that really worth it for this format? Like, you know. But yeah, I think Labyrinth is one of those decks that it's weird because it's always been kind of there since its release, right? Or like not since release, but since like Big Welcome Labyrinth was released, right? It's always been there. It's always been somewhat relevant, but it's not really, it hasn't received any hits on any ban list in the TCG, right? It's been hit slightly in the OCG, but in the TCG it remains completely untouched. And at some point, they're going to hit the fire decks, right? They're going to hit the fire decks on the ban list eventually, right? I mean, it's a little too soon to talk about that right now, but like, it's going to happen. And then Labyrinth is going to maybe come back, because if the format is looking like this, I find it hard to imagine that they would ever hit Labyrinth cards on the ban list. So like, it could come back full swing at some point. But who knows? We've been saying that for a while now too, so whatever. Let's just hop right into some of the more interesting decks, more experimental decks that I actually want to take some time to understand. Because, you know, obviously I'm talking decks like Goatee, Runick. I'm talking that there's been like I saw multiple instances where a yugioh deck topped a regional, which is something that, I mean, I read the cards, I thought they were good. I don't remember all of them even. But I read the cards, I thought they were good, but I didn't think it was going to be, you know, topping regionals consistently, or like somewhat consistently. So, I mean, let's just see what it's all about, because I genuinely am interested in what that deck does.
What's going on, guys? Pegasus from the Wise Guys, and I'm here with Pendant, and he smacked everybody. Shout out to my dog in the background that he's laying on his little doggy bed. And we're here with Panda Man, though. Shout out to Walter back here chilling. You know, you did something, bro. I'm gonna stop talking.
Yeah, I got 7th place at our regional, 208 people with yugioh.
You bet.
Yugioh.
The Road King has arrived.
Always.
Hold up, we need to pull up these cards on the sidelines. I need to look at what these cards do again. Let me pull up the Yu-Gi-Oh database real quick. Up. We type yubel. So we can look at some of these cards. And someone said, which of these cards is expensive? Which of these cards is expensive right now? Yubel, the Loving Defender. Ooh, yeah. The Loving Defender is over $10, which is a lot. That's a lot for a Yubel Ultra Rare. Okay.
The Road King is arrived.
Regular Yubel is money. I mean, yeah, but like they're reprinting them in Battles of Legends soon, so that shouldn't be the biggest issue, would it be? Like I'm guessing that the regular Yubel stuff is getting a reprint soon and therefore going down, so that should be fine in the long run.
All right, let's get into it. What do you think? What do you think about the deck though? Before we even get going,
it's definitely strong. It's definitely a sleeper. It basically caught a lot of people off guard because they weren't expecting what the deck does and what it forces them to do, which we'll get into.
That is, I remember some people discussing about this exact thing of like, is it actually an advantage, or like rather, is that actually something that you should rely on? Is that your deck is good because people don't know what to do against it, right? Because people are not familiar with the cards. Is that actually a quality that makes a deck good? Like, does that count as an argument? Like, is that an argument for why your deck is good? And I think I'm like on the fence about it. Like, I think on the one hand, it undeniably is an advantage, right? Like, I mean, you go to a tournament, your opponent doesn't know what your cards do. That is an advantage, like in that moment, right? I still find it hard to call a deck good because of that, if that makes sense, right? Like, if for me personally, that doesn't feel great to be in that position of like, hey, my opponent, the only reason I'm winning right now, or the thing I'm relying on to win right now, is the fact that my opponent doesn't know what I'm trying to do or what my cards do, right? Because that also means, it also means in return that they kind of, if you ever face someone that does know what's going on, then you're gonna have a disadvantage, right? So like I would say it is an advantage of a deck to be unknown by the majority of the player base, right? That is an advantage in that moment. But I think that does not necessarily make the deck good in the long run, because eventually, if more people play it, more people will figure it out, and then it might fall off. So the way I want to look at this deck, rather, is what I'm trying to get to, TLDR, is I want to look at it like, is it actually good? Or is it only good because people don't know what it does, right? Which is possible.
So yeah, I actually think it's very strong. It's getting more support in the next set too.
right?
So,
Let's get into it.
but you got the new Yubel, Spirit of Yubel. He special summons Yubel, the regular one, original one, from anywhere, hand deck, graveyard, or banished. Also, when he is special summoned, he lets you...
Okay, hold up. Let me read the exact text on this one. Spirit of Yubel can't be destroyed by battle. Take no battle damage from battles involving this card. If this card is destroyed, special summon a Yubel that's banished in hand, deck, or graveyard. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, special summon this card from your hand. If it is special summoned, you can add to your hand or set a spell and trap from your deck to your hand that mentions Yubel. Okay, so that's definitely a good card. My question is, how do you destroy it? Because it's not a starter card per se. It needs you need some other way to activate it. You need some other way to activate this card, but then it is a good card. Kwakyu Tsang, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. But okay.
Set or add a spell or trap card that mentions Yubel from your deck to your hand.
And he has 0/0 attack.
Yep.
0 attack, 0 defense.
Can't be destroyed by battle. Yeah,
Nice.
I think that's the only thing there. And then of course Yubel Terra Incarnate, 1 level up. I don't have Nightmare. I was trying to get one to play. They are kind of bricks. That one not so much. If you have the third one would be. The third one was good. I realized I should have used because you can force the attack damage yourself with that one. The other two, your opponent has to attack them.
No, they have to. They're forced
They
into
have to
it.
attack them for.
Okay, so this is another interesting part about these sort of legacy archetypes, is like how much are they forcing you to play with the actual old cards? Because I would argue I mean, depending on what other Yubel cards they have, you know, obviously the original Yubel cards are kind of outdated, you know, they're not terrible cards, but they're not great either. Like they're saying, you know, like they can be bricky at times, so, you know.
That one, except for if you have a spell, which I'll go over, but for them to take damage, they have to attack. And then their new starter, which is like Lone Fire Blossom for Spirit of Yubel or Yubel, it gets a Yubel monster, but those are the only ones you can get.
Okay, Samsara Lotus. Samsara D Lotus. Tribute this card, specially Yubel from your deck. Any Yubel monster. Okay. During your opponent's turn, when a monster effect is activated while you control Yubel, you can tribute this card. The activated effect becomes destroy Yubel monster on the field. During your end phase, if you control Yubel and this card in your grave, you can add to your hand or special summon it. Okay, so very simple to use card, I feel like. You summon it, you tribute it to summon Yubel, do whatever after, and then in the end phase it comes back and provides essentially a monster effect negation, right? I mean, you basically turn your opponent's monster effect into destroying your Yubel, which is an interesting way to say it's essentially a monster negate. Which, I mean, it can even be better as a monster negate than a monster negate if you get value out of them destroying your Yubel, which, I mean, you do. So that's good. All right.
Tribute from the field. Also, stuff summons itself back during the end phase if you have Yubel on the field.
They do explain it, but I always prefer reading them myself. Yeah.
There's also a monster negator, kind of. It changes the monsters if your opponent activates a monster effect while you have a Yubel monster on the board. You tribute that, the effect becomes destroy one Yubel monster.
I just knew you had all this like perfectly lined up, because for you to go into a regional with a rogue deck, it has to be pretty good. And so I knew it was good when you were going into the regional. So, you know, I see you.
And then the stuff from the Uriah decks actually works with this, because they actually...
Ooh, right. I didn't notice this. This is a 0/0 Fiend. I believe we talked about this when we read them for the very first time. I think people mentioned this already, but it does have synergy with these guys.
With fiends that have 0 attack and 0 defense, which all of them do. This gives you an additional normal summon of a fiend with 0 attack, 0 defense. It also adds this. This adds this, but this also has a second effect where it special summons a fiend monster with 0 attack and 0 defense from your graveyard, which is Yubel, Spirit of Yubel, or the Samsara D Lotus.
So it's like the
That's pretty cool
sub-engine to go along with it.
Yep.
I got you.
Those are good cards.
And the spell card, which makes this deck playable.
Okay, we can actually just read it here. The camera is good enough. We don't have to go through. During your main phase, destroy a dark monster in your hand or face-up field. Oh, there you go. That's one way. If you do, add a Yubel or a card that mentions it from your deck to your hand, except Nightmare Pain. You can only use this effect once per turn. While you control the Yubel, your opponent's monster that can attack must attack Yubel monsters. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from battles involved. Okay, this is just a, I mean, it's just a starter card that lets you destroy a dark in your hand or face-up field, which is good for you, which potentially lets you go plus on it, and adds any of the cards that mention Yubel or are Yubel from your deck to your hand, which is pretty good. And then it has the, I don't know how relevant the second effect is, where it forces your opponent to attack, because I mean, usually battle phase thingies are not that relevant in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because they are probably easy to get rid of, but I mean, who knows what the deck exactly does. I mean, I can see it being annoying. It can definitely be annoying. The question is, can you prevent your opponent from like getting rid of this card before they go into their battle phase? But you know, we're obviously not done. So that card's interesting. Okay.
Nightmare of Pain. Destroy a dark monster in your hand or on the field. Add a
Cosmo profile coming soon, by the way.
a Yubel or a card that mentions Yubel from your deck to your hand. Also, if you control Yubel, your opponent has to attack Yubel, a Yubel monster.
So how many times did people not read this card and it cost them?
It's every game.
Every game?
Every game it happened to everybody in every game. Everybody went to battle phase and they were forced to attack.
You see, and this is the kind of thing that obviously that's an advantage. I can see him winning games with that because people didn't realize they had to attack the Yubel, right? The problem quote unquote, is that how many games would we have lost had our opponents realized that, right? Is because that's the other side of the coin, essentially. That's the, on the flip side, you know, how reliable is this card to win you games if your opponents actually pick it up and read it? Because like, it's not even like that this card is infinitely full of text. This thing has 2 effects. Literally 2 effects, like the once per turn search and a condition on it. That's it. It's just like a matter of, you know, like any reasonable opponent would actually realize that, you know, that's a thing. But so that's not a great thing to rely on, I suppose.
That's so dumb, bro.
Yeah, and then they take any battle damage that I would have taken from battles involving you bells, and that's what makes you win the game.
That's why I zoom right back in on the card, because it says they take it.
The last effect is even relevant on your own turn, right? Because you can crash in with your U-Bells to deal massive damage. So that's good.
Regular U-Bell, the Terra Incarnate, they take double damage with this.
Oh my goodness.
Because that card, the U-Bell card, makes them take damage, and this card makes them take damage.
And that's the one you didn't have, and you felt it was bricky, or is
that... Mikanko ass deck.
No. The regular U-Bell Terra Incarnate, and that big one, all 3 of those deal damage during battle, and then this card deals battle damage. So if you have this, the third and biggest Incarnate, I can, on my turn, swing and deal the double damage.
Oh my god.
But for the double damage to happen, they have to swing, but this forces them to swing.
That's so stupid.
And then there's Super Poly. Searchable.
Searchable Super Poly. You said searchable Super...
Searchable Super Poly.
Okay. Let's tell me about it.
It special summons a U-Bell from graveyard or banner.
Once per turn, activate one of these effects. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so if I have 2 copies, I can use 1 effect per copy. So if I have 2 copies, I can use 1 copy to use 1 effect and then the other to use the other effect. Okay. Special summon a U-Bell, banished or grave. And neither player can activate cards or effect when that monster is special summoned, so they can't like respond to the summon. If you control U-Bell, discard a card and send this card to the grave. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from either field. Okay, so it's essentially a trap Super Poly that can be responded to if you control U-Bell. Or it's a reborn for U-Bell as well. Okay, solid, I suppose. At the end of the day, it still remains a trap card though, so I would say that is probably the weakest card we've seen so far.
And also, you can send this card and 1 card.
It's not a bad card though, but I mean, it's a trap card.
Let's
be real.
Either side of the field. And their new fusion says 1 U-Bell monster +1 plus effect monsters. I have taken 6 plus monsters. I've taken 6 monsters from somebody's field before, from just their field.
So you just let people just build up however they want to.
You are getting it for free. That's the only reason I think you do play it. If it was something you would have to hard draw, I have a hard time imagining you would play it. But like, because you can search it for free, that makes it a lot better. Obviously, I still don't know exactly if 2 is the right number for it. But I'm just, for now, I'm just gonna,
and then
leave it as it is. We don't have to be able to build the deck perfectly on first.
On before you launch this card on them, or is it like as long as they don't have a negate? I guess.
Most people don't have a negate, but because most people don't really know how the deck works, they tend to waste the negate on something else.
Yeah.
So I typically got around negates, but the deck I mainly play doesn't really have any, which is Snake-Eyes.
Yeah.
Snake-Eyes don't really put up any Omni negates.
So you just body them for.
Yeah.
Ogre was taken. Thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Are you building U-Bell for stream? I don't have the cards as of now. We could play it at some point in the future if it stays like a relevant deck in the format. I don't mind having like the remote duel stream that we did last Monday, right? I would think it'd be cool if we did that multiple times for like a new deck. Like if I pick up a new deck and we do like 1 stream to practice it and just to see if it's good or not. I could see myself doing that, right? Have like a little testing session with more niche decks, you know, if I get my hands on all the cards. For U-Bell specifically, I'm probably gonna wait for Battles of Legends at the bare minimum to pick up the cards if I want to look into it. Like if it's something that I'm interested in, then I might pick up the cards after Battles of Legends reprints the U-Bell cards.
For putting all of it out there, I got you.
And then Playing 3 tour guides in this because we are playing the Unchained engine as well. And this helps you
Okay, because the U-Bell cards synergize so well with Destruction, we're playing an Unchained package. I kind of dig that. That's all right. That seems all right. I mean, Unchained cards are phenomenal for popping the U-Bell on your board, right? One issue I can see as of now would maybe be, how do you get a U-Bell onto the field? You know, obviously the spell card can do it. If you have a U-Bell in hand, you can pop it with the spell card, like the spirit one. You can pop the spirit with the spell card and then you get going. Samsara D Lotus, yeah, but doesn't Samsara D Lotus have to be normal summoned? Like, isn't Samsara D Lotus my normal summon if I'm playing this deck? So how does that work with Tour Guide?
climb and go into different things.
And it's very important to have the Unchained stuff. Do you feel like it's mandatory?
Especially this one, because this just blows up a Fiend monster on your field, which you can blow up U-Bells and trigger them yourselves and stop your opponent from doing things like Fenrir, trying to banish your face down and stuff like that. And this guy just triggers when one's destroyed to come out.
Muckraker Reborn? Oh, wait. Can Muckraker Reborn what you discard? Was that Muckraker? Muckraker Yu-Gi-Oh! No, you have to target before you discard. That's the one. That I thought I remember that. So like if you have a U-Bell in hand, you can get it to the graveyard with Muckraker, but you cannot discard and revive the same card. So it's not quite, it doesn't quite work the way you think it would. You could theoretically go Tour Guide into Rhino, Link into Muckraker, and then you can send U-Bell for Rhino, but then you're not going through any of the Unchained thingies, right?
Up a card.
I think you said something about this body's Promethean.
But that technically does work, no?
Promethean Princess to blow up your card, you can blow it up yourself.
I don't need you to do that. I'll do it myself. No, I got you. That's clean. And then a few more.
All right, and then hand traps, 3 imperms, 2 nibs, 3 ash, and then of course because U-Bell does not have to go to graveyard, and he's supposed to can summon him back from graveyard, 3 dimension shifters.
You just ticked off a whole lot of people there.
Okay, I mean that is certainly an advantage. That is certainly it's a troll despair scenario, but it's, I mean, in the upcoming format that is definitely an advantage. I didn't realize until this point that this is a shifter deck. You have some anti-synergies with shifter for sure here. I'm already seeing it. Like the Unchained stuff isn't great with shifter. It's not completely dead, but some of the Unchained cards do want to go to the graveyard, including like Fiendish Rhino Warrior. The Samsara D Lotus wants to go to the graveyard, right? So there's definitely some stuff that like doesn't work. At the same time, if you're gonna use shifter against most meta decks at the moment, they probably suffer way more than you do. The problem still remains if, let's say your opponent goes first and you shifter them, and then you play your turn, and you can play somewhat, but you're not playing optimally, so you're not killing, or you're not setting up the maximum amount of disruptions that you can, they might still be able to hit you on the backswing with like, you know, on turn 3, if you haven't been able to fully capitalize on your turn, they might still be able to do it on turn 3. You have OTK under shifter. Okay, well, I mean, the exact lines I need to see, because, I mean, so far, I don't really see exactly how you would OTK under shifter. Like, how do you put up 8,000 damage?
Like, oh, it's a shifter deck. Oh, okay, that's what yeah, shut up, man.
I'll be honest with you, I rarely resolved it. And most of the time when I did, I couldn't play either, because I didn't draw any opening engine to play.
Right. But
see? You're out here saying like you have OTK under shifter, and the next sentence in the video is literally, when I shifted I didn't play either. So
hand trap lineup you felt like was good? Like you said,
yeah, the
Nib
only
wasn't
thing
too
I would
hot.
say I wanted to add in that I would main now is Ghost Spell. Ghost Spell's needed in this format because of the Snake Eye deck. Almost everything in their deck, especially summons from graveyard. Promethean Princess twice. She does herself and she special summons somebody out of the graveyard. Flameberg special summons 2 out of the graveyard. They stay coming out of the graveyard.
Man.
And then of course, because Super Poly, they have their own
Actual
Super Poly,
Super Poly.
and we're gonna run actual Poly. Funny part, I don't run the card in their deck that can search this because it's just a win more card. It's a continuous card. Every time you special summon a U-Bell gets a counter. And you have to have like 8 counters you can remove, and then you can add this card to hand. It has
Oh, they don't actually play the card that searches Super Poly? I feel like that's what everyone knows about U-Bell, is like they can search Super Poly now, but I guess they don't? Okay.
other ones where
Because
That's
it says
interesting.
polymerization or something like
No,
that.
it says Super. It specifically, says Super
says
Poly.
Okay, I'm gonna try
The
to
deck
leave
is
that.
Super Poly for it, but I was like, it's a win more card. Like you would never choose like that. You would never choose that card over Nightmare of Pain,
Right,
over
right.
or over their Super Poly,
Right.
which you can search already.
Teller Fam and Cap Kermit, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
What would be the point? I got you.
Right. It was a win more card.
Redundancy, I guess, is the
Yeah.
word.
And then of course consistency, and this searches their searcher.
Search the searcher. You got to do that. You know, you got to.
Yeah, 1-for-1 seems
We're
good in
here
this.
for the extra deck, though, big fella. We've heard all
This
the
is the-
craziness about this. We're
This
here
is
for
the
that.
card for the deck that makes the deck just the new U-Bell fusion.
Okay. So I already see why this card is so interesting in this deck specifically, is because it says 1 U-Bell monster plus 1+ effect monsters on the field. So you can freaking Super Poly with the trap card. If you have U-Bell or Super Poly, you literally get rid of everything on the board, which is funny. It's especially funny because I've made that joke before with how like Super Poly targets have evolved, that like eventually they're just gonna make a card that is 1+ effect monster, so you can Super Poly everything. Obviously, it's not quite that because you have to be playing a U-Bell deck. So it's actually I think that's fine. I think it's actually kind of cool that they are making a deck that is centered around Super Poly. Because I think Super Poly is a problematic card in some formats and in some situations as a generic card. But if there's one specific deck that's kind of like focused around it, I think that's a different story. But okay, so let me see. It covers some the sleeves cover some of the artwork. Let me just quickly take a look at it here. Because I want to know if the main purpose of this card is just because it's such a good Super Poly target, or because it actually has a good effect. If this card is fusion summoned, inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each material used. Can only use this effect once per turn. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. At the end of the damage step, if this card battled an opponent's monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that opponent's monster's attack. And if you do, banish that monster. Okay, so it's not... It doesn't have a bad effect, but it's also not great. The main purpose for this card is because it lets you fuse all of your opponent's cards. That's the broken part here. The broken part about this card is the fact that you can just use Super Poly or the trap card to just fuse over everything, right, that they have. With the trap, it's double damage. Okay, hold up. There was search by card text. U-Bell, Nightmare Pain. I have a ruling question that I'm actually not sure about right now. This thing says your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from battles involving your U-Bell monsters, right? And this card says you take no battle damage. Does this mean your opponent takes damage? Because, I mean, you would not take any damage. So they do take it? Okay. That's kind of, I find that a little bit counterintuitive. But okay. Same as Lyrilusk? Okay. I wasn't entirely sure. I find it somewhat... Do you see where I'm coming from, though? Like, do you see why I find it counterintuitive? Because this card says you're not taking any damage, and this card says if you would take damage, instead your opponent takes it. So, by logic, it would be like... I mean, you wouldn't take any damage. So, like, there is no damage that you would have taken that your opponent would take instead. So, whatever. If it's a Konami said so situation because they want it to work like that, whatever. Obviously, that makes it better. That does make it better. Isn't it the same with Mikanko? It could be. It could be. Yeah. On the database, which defined the order of damage you take. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I don't want to get into too much detail. I just wanted to clarify that is how it worked. Also, Gnorgat, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you.
When he is summoned, your opponent burns for 500 times every material used for it, and of course, you can basically use your opponent's whole field. So I burned somebody for 3,000 with this. I'm winning game on game 3 almost always because most people can't get through this deck easily, so it typically goes to time.
So don't slow play me. You might hurt yourself.
Oh no, and I don't slow play. Mm-hmm. It's like they can't get through. They are trying to figure out how to beat me game 1, and it just goes forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I can definitely see that. Like this deck be very annoying to play against because it does have cheeky ways to inflict burn damage and sneak some battle damage in. And then, like, if you're sitting there, you haven't seen these cards before, you're trying to figure out how this deck even works. You're gonna struggle to win. Yeah, no, I can see that.
And they either lose really fast or the game goes forever with them trying to figure out how to get around this. Mm-hmm. We go to game 2. You know, they'll typically get game 2, and then we go to game 3, and then they get burned by this.
So you say it struggles going into a board, maybe? Is his weakness?
No. Especially if you open up Super Poly.
Yeah. He's like, I have no fear here. Mm-hmm. No, not at all. Nope.
Nope. And then, of course, all the nice Super Poly targets.
Oh, man, you got one for every occasion. You know, you got winter, spring, summer, fall. I got you, bro.
It's interesting we're not playing some of the, I want to say, newer Super Poly targets, like the hipster Super Poly targets, you know, the Earth Golem Adignister, the Giltia, or the Draco Equist, you know, for some more coverage in a deck that's playing Super Poly anyways, right?
Got you.
Now to get him up out of here.
And then, you know, just regular links, you know, because we're playing the Unchained engine. Mm-hmm. And then that, and then because they're level 10s, so...
Oh, true.
Oh, did Muckracker come up or Abomination come up?
Abomination did. Yeah, definitely.
Can you use a face down monster you control for Super Poly? You can definitely use it for Poly. Unless Super Poly says face up monsters, then you can. But I think it doesn't say face up, so I think you can, yeah. You cannot use your opponent's face downs, but you can use your own. Whenever you fusion summon, your own stuff is not considered like your own stuff. I don't know the exact wording, but it's not considered private knowledge essentially when you're fusing.
I made everything here except for this and this. I did not make Unicorn or this. I'm plenty of times to get rid of back row, but I've made I did not make this at all. And never.
I will say 2 things that I'm noticing already, or that what I'm feeling like is like, I don't love the Unchained synergies here. Like I see what synergies there are. I'm not sure if that's sufficient for me to want to pair those 2 decks together, because I feel like that maybe it's just a gut feeling, but when I'm looking at these Bell cards, I'm thinking like, okay, the problem for this deck might just be, how do you get going, right? How do you get these things onto the board? Because when you can, then it seems all right. You know, when I have my starter cards, when I have the means to summon out Bells onto the field, then I'm vibing, then I'm fine. You know, that seems cool. But if I don't, I have a problem. And I don't know how the Unchained cards really help with that. It feels like the Unchained cards are really good at destroying cards on your own field, which is something that would only be relevant if you can already somewhat play the game, right? That's just my first impression, though. And the other thing is that, like, the deck is lacking a real end board, I feel like. But at the same time, I mean, it's not lacking a real end board. It's just that its end board completely relies on just searching the trap card and then being able to fuse your opponent's entire field away at any point, right? That's the plan, right? Unless I'm missing something. Like you have your ways to win the game is by cheesing in burn damage with the Yubel cards, and or giving your opponent reflect battle damage with the spell card as well. Like you can do, that's how you actually win the game. You have some burn damage from the fusion, and you have some reflect battle damage / burn damage from the Yubel cards, right? That's the plan on how you win. And the plan on how you stop your opponent from winning, your interaction with the opponent, is by fusing all of their things away. Right? Which, I mean, I think that's a good form of interruption. You can win the game off Caesar, Yama, Rage. I mean, yeah, but at that point, you're just playing Unchained, no? And they're not even using those cards, are they?
I had the ability to, but I didn't need
like, there's no Caesar here.
I had Nightmare of Pain up. I think I had Yubel and 2 Spirited Yubels, and I just crashed them into them on, like, a lot of people don't realize. You can't end your turn with anything with damage up. I was like, cool, Nightmare of Pain. Do you have anything for it? No. I was like, trap card, bring back another Spirit of Yubel. I was like, battle phase.
Right. so a line of play is to like run into them and burn them for a lot.
This also burns when it attacks. When this attacks, they take the damage of whatever their monster's attack was, and then the monster gets banished.
So is there an OTK at all, or is it like most of the time you just burn them for a lot and kill them?
There is an OTK, and it has something to do with this.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's probably if they have a. I don't run the card, so there was another common that came out of this deck that it's a golem. It's like a grinder golem. You give that to them. And
Geist grinder.
Yeah.
That thing.
From you go to your side, you give them that. It's 3K. And then if you have
then you're playing a bad card.
Yeah. If you have Nightmare of Pain, then you run it into them. They're going to take 6,000.
But you went for playing the hand traps and playing actual Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, and like I said, that's a dead draw.
Yeah,
that's a very dead.
That's
draw.
an awful draw.
I did like it seems cool in theory.
I featured some interesting Yubel OCG results on my Twitter and what the deck can do once it's polished, and it has the LED support. It's honestly amazing.
Like I saw sometimes.
That was the other thing I wanted to say a second ago was like this deck. First of all, I'm not convinced by the Unchained package, but I think the Unchaineds might be necessary at this point in time, because as good as these cards are, because some of these cards, they are really good. I see the quality behind these cards. I do see it. Like all of these cards here are really strong cards, as well as the trap card, right? The trap card, where is it? Does it not have Yubel in the name? Oh, there it is. Eternal Favorite. All of these cards are pretty good. Like they're good support. I just don't feel like this bunch of cards here, like the One Trap, the Nightmare Pain, the Fusion Monster, the Samsara D Lotus, and the Spirit of Yubel. Yeah, I don't feel like it makes a cohesive 40 card deck yet. You know what I mean? Like it's not enough cards, because you're not gonna see all of those. Even if you play the maximum amount of all these cards, you'd have 3 Spirit, 3 D Lotus, 3 Nightmare Pain. That's like 9 cards plus the trap card, which isn't a starter. So that's what you're getting. And that just isn't enough to make a 40 card deck consistently do what you want it to do, right? That's just not. You're not there yet, right? If that makes any sense. You're not there yet. Plus the fact that you have to play like the OG Yubels as kind of semi-bricks isn't great either. So I see the strategy behind the deck. I actually don't think the issue is that the game plan is lacking, right? Because, I mean, you have a win condition. You have, honestly, don't underestimate how powerful it is to be able to fuse your opponent's entire board away. Like, that's a freaking painful thing to deal with if they can, like, non-target, non-destruction, everything, like, fuse your entire board off whenever they feel like it. Especially if they have a super poly as well, right? Like imagine this deck searches an Eternal Favorite and heart draws a super poly, right? Because you can fuse into Yubel the Loving Defender once, and then one Yubel the Loving Defender can act as a fusion material for the next one. So if your opponent keeps playing, you get freaking, you can just super poly them again with this thing. Into another one. You don't get another burn damage, but you get another, like, you just get another, like, way to fuse the entire board away, right? Which is strong, I think. On top of that, you also have a monster negate with Samsara D Lotus, right? Like it's got a game plan. The trap needs real Yubel. Yeah, but you can just use the trap first though, right? You use the trap first and then super poly after, right? Use the trap first, fuse into Loving Defender, and then use super poly with the Loving Defender into another Loving Defender, right? So the game plan is there, and I would say it's probably a good enough game plan. I mean, it's fine. Like it seems like a playable game plan for sure. If it had enough support, which I don't think it has that quite yet. Like I don't see how this deck functions consistently with this few support cards, right? Because the cards are good, but they're just not enough, especially since one of them is an extra deck card. You don't get that many new main deck tools available, right? There was another one, just for context, that may have looked a little bit different, right? Because I think I think that's what the Unchained cards are here for, is to fill that hole of we don't have enough good cards to get to 40 cards, right? Yeah, we can play some, like you can't even play enough engine in this deck if you wanted to from the Yubel side, right? So there's that. But there was another one that was, I think, oh, it was branded Yubel, right?
Muy buenas chicos, estamos aquí con Jorge, que ha quedado segundo en el regional de Badalona, de la máquina del TEMS, que ha venido de Zaragoza. Y bueno, has estado jugando... No, pero digo de... Pues, segundo. Muy bien. Pues nada, si quieres empezamos.
Bien. Vale. Vendes de 43 cartas, de momento lo estándar, 3 Fallen, nada que decir. Una Queen, 2 Cartesias.
Okay, that seems way much like just a branded deck. That's way less interesting than what I thought it was going to be.
Pollo, creo que es suficiente, vaya, no hace falta más. Luego ya de parte de Despie llevo 3 Aluber y una Tracil, lo estándar. De Bestial llevo el Mahamut también, porque me gusta tener la para poder buscar. Y luego también estoy jugando con la cantina de robar para poder...
Brother, that's just branded.
Castigarles si pueden hacer el efecto, y también me permite revivir el Maha, así que premio extra. Luego llevo Nadir, así que llevo Maximus. Bastante bueno, me esperaba que alguno pudiera llevar Garura y objetivos más, pero la gracia es que si tienen Garura, luego el hacer una cosa y se quedan perdidos. Y si no tienen Garura, se quitan recursos. Está bien.
How's your Spanish? Not that bad. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, that's not Yubel deck, brother. One.
Básicamente es un target para hacer la fusión.
One spirit.
La mano, la posición vocal especial, para parar la matriz física prácticamente. Es un gol con patas. No está mal, está gracioso. Y por supuesto la medicina para
Okay.
Por magias, 3 de fusión, 3 Nadir. Estas 3 de mazos, si tienes aquí, no te tienes fácil. 3 deployment, que es el Cartesia, 3 opening, que es el Uber, que es el Juez. Luego 2 3 contas de TT, la B importantísima, más que nada porque vas a ir a duplicatio. Si no te han tirado nada, es un ganar más y pisarte la cabeza para hacer el ganado. Si te han tirado Ash, pues puedes ganar la oficina. Super poli de main, más que nada porque a ti te viene bien y me esperaba mucha cosa que te diera de super poli en general el formato. Pero eso, es como que a mí te viene bien, no te importa llevarla. Las continuas, una forma de cada, muy buenas. Luego de la red Colby, estándar.
Well, what's even the point of the one spirit of Yubel?
Evolution y la duplicación, nada más, 43.000. Luego, nuestro deck, Nadir de super poli lleva Dragon Garura. Si bien por ejemplo he hecho Alba fusiona Dragon para las Filekin con la IP, que cada vez la partida igual, y ya me volví a juego la princesa no puede, es increíble. Luego, el Dragón, un cartando de arquetipo muy bueno. El Masquerade para comprar partidas, solo. Y luego ya arquetipo, una Minoi, dos Albion, bastante estándar. Un Lube, un Link, un Ash, un Albion y un Minoi.
Dude, you called this Yubel? Okay, no, the video doesn't actually call it Yubel branded, but the spreadsheet did.
Luego ya, la fusión de Yubel, que esto es para chuparle toda la mesa al otro con el Albion, bajas la Yubel a su mesa, el Fallen al tuyo, pues poli, fusionas con su mesa y tu Fallen, entra porque ya por cantidad.
So, what the hell do you do? What's the... How do you get the thing even onto the field to like super poly their thing? When the opponent attacks? Oh, you send it... Okay, you... What? You send it with Grand Guignol, and if you have super poly, you can bring it back with Sanctifier to super poly the entire board? Or, oh, fusion deployment plus super poly also works. Okay. It doesn't work? Wait, why does it not work? Oh, it's not named on it. Right. My bad. Fusion deployment doesn't work. Yeah, I got one guide. So it's literally just Grand Guignol plus Sanctifier combo? Brother, you're playing Gimmick Puppet. You're already playing Gimmick Puppet. Why don't you just Gimmick Puppet the opponent? The hell are you trying to super poly their board for? Just they can't make a board. Going second. Going. Brandy said going second. This is more swag. True, it's more swag. It's also more likely to lose you the game. Okay, I mean, it's just not a, it's not a Yubel deck. Okay, I got heavy baited. I got heavy baited. That's crazy. That is unfortunate. Brandon Yubel, my ass, man. Okay, well. Can we look at good decks now? Okay, calm down. But yes, we can. We can look at Runick decks now. You got it. You got it. We're looking at Runick decks next. All right. This is another deck that I want to say, on the one hand, it's relatively unknown. On the other hand, I, as the Runick guy, have been getting a lot of inquiries about it. What I think of Goatee Runick, and it's a deck that has been, I think this is the one that we're about to look at. It's top 8 at a regional in the US. And so we're going to take a look at it. On another note, let me get rid of all these Yubel tabs. And then we do the same thing that we just did for Yubel with Goatees, because there's a couple cards in here that I'm going to have to refresh my memory on what they are about to do with them. All right, let's see.
What is going on, guys? This is Cyberhorn92 here. I'm here with Phil.
RX.
And we're doing deck profile. And what place did you do at the Utah Regional?
I got 5th.
All right.
Fish.
All right, before we get to the deck profile, you want to give any shout-outs?
This guy.
Sam, you already know. All righty. All right, you ready for this deck profile?
Yeah.
All right.
So I played 1 Petuniful, 2 Shift.
Butunifol is just like Lone Fire Blossom for fish monsters, right? But it's it banishes itself, right? If I'm remembering correctly, it's like yeah, okay. However, Shift I need to read. Shift. Shift, Fairy of the Goatee. Banish this card from your grave. Target a fish you control gains 500. During the standby phase of... Oh, that's just 1/1s. Okay. During your main phase, if this card was summoned this turn, quick effects, synchro summon using... synchro summon a fish synchro using this card you control. Okay. So you just try to get it to the graveyard, banish it from there, and then it comes back in the next standby phase and allows you to quick synchro. All right, noted.
1 Paces, 1 Key.
Keef is SP Little Fish, right? Flipper, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Enjoy your ad-free viewing experience. All right, we have Paces. Banish this card you control to special a fish from your hand. During the standby of the next turn after this card was banished. Okay, so this is the same secondary effect on this one, oops, as it was on the other one, right? Yeah. Okay, just different forms of how you get them banished. And Keef is the new one, which is if a fish is on the field, special summon this card. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you can SP Little Knight. You can SP Little Knight them and special summon the banished monster. During the standby phase, after this card was banished, special summon this banished card. Okay.
1 Zep. 1
Zep. Yep, Zep. Zep, Ruby of the Goatee. Banish this card from your hand. Target a fish in your grave. Banish it. During your opponent's turn, if this card's banished, you can special summon it. If this card is special summoned, you can immediately synchro summon a fish. Oh, okay. It's funny because they made this one slightly different than the other two, because the other two come back during the standby phase, and then you can synchro summon whenever. This one stays banished, but you can bring it back at any point, and then immediately synchro summon. So kind of similar, but also different in some ways, but okay. You banish it from deck during their turn. That's what's better about it. Yeah, you can, like, if you manage to banish this during your opponent's turn, you can bring it back at any point. So technically this guy, I mean, this guy is just better than the other two, I think, for the most part. Snopios. During the main phase, quick effect, banish 2 fish from hand or grave, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can target a face-up card in the field, banish it when it leaves the field. Banish it when it leaves the field. Okay, that's much worse than just banish it. If this card is banished, you can banish a fish from your graveyard, add this card to your hand. The thing is, the more of these I'm reading, the more I'm remembering that what I feel about this deck is that once you have all these things in rotation, I can see how your grind game and your interaction is crazy. Like, I can see that. But so far, I haven't seen a single card that helps me get going. I haven't seen a single card that helps me get these things into rotation yet.
1. However pronounce that.
6. Moonlight of the Goatee. If this card is normal or special, add a fish from deck to hand. Then banish a fish from hand or face-up field. If this card is banished, you can banish a fish from hand, graveyard, or face-up field. Special summon this card. You can only once per turn. Okay. Pack calls it pisses. I'm very happy you told me that.
Picks 3 lifeless leaf fish. So
Lifeless leaf fish. When this card is summoned, oh, it's Armageddonite for fish. It's Armageddon fish. Banish this card. Oh, that's a good card, technically. Armageddon fish, and then you can banish it from the grave to shuffle back 3 fishes and shuffle them into the deck, draw a card. That's good.
you either want to open one of these or one of these. Opening this with the Runick spell gets you full combo, and then this gets you full combo as well.
Okay, so Shift or Lifeless Leaf Fish plus a Runick is full combo, which on the one hand, that might sound great. On the other hand, that also implies that opening this is not full combo.
This card's insane.
Thank you for telling me that. That explains so much.
I played 2 Hopiers. It with a Runick spell is also full combo. When you're done doing like your fish extensions, you'll end up with like a level 8, and then you can make Baron or Sword Soul Chungus, and then you can like use the Runick spells to banish stuff, and then Chungus triggers. For the hand traps, I played 3 Ash, 3 Nib. They were just good overall. And then a couple 1-ups I played. Talents. The reason I'm playing the talents in here is because I was playing this guy at 2 earlier, and I don't think it really came up that I needed the second one. You rarely go into him, maybe like turn 3. So talents was fine. Called by very heavy hand trap format, so
I think Called By is going to be very good in any deck that isn't a Snake Eye deck, for sure. Like, in Snake Eyes, I find it a little more awkward because if you play a Snake Eye mirror match, like, in my opinion, the highest value target for Called By is either Promethean Princess or Flamberge Dragon. Especially, like, when you go second, like, using Called By on one of those two takes away a lot of their, you know, follow-up, disruption, whatever. The problem is if you're playing a Snake Eye deck yourself, obviously if you're forced to Called By a Promethean Princess, you're not going to be able to use it yourself, which heavily hinders your ability to play into the boards, and it also hinders your like disruption on the opponent's turn. So I find it awkward in Snake Eye to play Called By myself. Obviously it's good against hand traps, but I don't know, maybe it's still worth it, but like what I'm trying to say is in Snake Eyes, there are arguments against Called By because you can't use it so freely. In other decks, I think there's nothing that speaks against Called By the Grave. You should probably play it in almost any other deck in this format.
And then for the Runick engine, 2 fountain, 3 tip,
Oh yeah, show them.
3 flashing fire,
Yep.
3 freezing,
Yes.
3 destruction,
Yes.
3 slumber,
Yes.
1 dispelling, and 1 smiting storm.
God, yes.
This deck is very consistent because just any combination of a Runick spell that gets you to a level 4, and then any of the level 2 tuners, so you just go full combo and extend.
All right, so you're telling me 17 quick plays, and 8 non-engine. All right.
Let's go to...
All right. That's not bad.
Is this 40 cards?
It is 40.
Thank God.
Do side deck now.
Okay.
So I played 3 Bell because of Snake-Eye.
I hope they include a combo because I do want to see that. Because they talked about like one of the lifeless leaf fish and one of the other I think it was Schiff. They said like that plus a Runick is full combo. I want to see what they mean by that.
Cosmic because just the best back row.
They
move
don't
right
have the
now.
combo. Sick, phenomenal.
Hits all the random stuff as well. The 1 Harpies. I think it won me a game against Orchist. The second Talents because Talents is very nice going second. And hand trap heavy, just rip cards out of hand. 3 Droll because combo decks are stupid.
You can do it on Master Duel? Wait, is all this in Master Duel? No, right? We don't have all the goatees in Master Duel, do we? No.
Tomb Phantasme. This card was probably one of the best cards on my side deck all day. And then 2 Evenly. Never cited it in. Cut it. I'm gonna cut it for something else. I don't know. Probably a Floodgate of something. Yep. And then we'll go
You did not need to say that, but
to the extra. So I played 2 Hugin, 2 J.
okay. That was your backup message. Your first intention was I need to think of a dumb joke, but I couldn't think of one, so like your content. Okay, I see. Good. No, appreciate that. Yep. Well,
Jerry's the best. 1 Cupid pitch.
you could have just used like you could have posted your Ritual Beast deck list as the sub message. That would have worked.
There's a combo that you can do where you like have the Hugin, a level 2 tuner, and then you have another Runick spell in hand, so you use the tuner, make the Cupid pitch, make it level 2, summon a...
Look, this works both ways. I also get to make fun of you sometimes.
4 Jerry with the other Runick spell, Synchro 6. And then you can search Hopbeard Squadron with this and burn your opponent. So like that's your time card if you need it.
Did you ever win any games that way?
No, I actually never summoned Cupid Pitch today, which is kind of weird.
Ow. Cupid Pitch? Dude, you're playing it... What? Whenever I'm playing, like... I think Cupid Pitch is such a broken card. But I never actually managed to find a target that was worthwhile for Runick decks. Because like Runick Synchro with Cupid Pitch is technically, I think, really good. But it just doesn't really... The Cupid Pitch targets are all slightly too low value, I feel like, when you actually do draw them, you know? But you're already playing a target for it. I have a hard time imagining... I mean, that's the... Maybe if you included the combo in the video, I would understand, but...
2 Arion posts.
Okay, I need to read this guy. Strider Arcade, thank you for the 7 months. Go T. Arion Pos. Level 6. If this card is synchro summoned, you can banish a level 6 or lower fish from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, You can target a fish in your grave, banish that target, then add a fish. I have a is lifeless fish a tuner? Was that thing a tuner as well? Did I miss that? It's not a tuner. That would have been broken. Imagine. God, this deck actually, I'm gonna say it right now. If that thing was a tuner, this thing would be this deck be real. This deck would be real if that thing was a tuner. Like if I can just normal summon, if I could just normal summon. Okay, well. Anyways, this card is still good. Target a fish in your grave. Add a fish. Okay.
Just this card's your where you get to you start your turn.
You're saying it's not real? No. I'm just saying I'm not convinced yet. But if the lifeless leaf fish was a tuner, I'd be very close. Is what I'm saying.
Full combo is get your engine roll.
I can explain to you the entire combo. Let me finish the thing. Hold that thought. I want you to talk me through the combo. Yeah, in a second.
And once you get your engine rolling, it's kind of crazy. 2 ass can targeting banish. Targeting
Ass can. If this card is synchro summoned, target a fish you control and a card your opponent controls. Banish them. If this card is banished, you can banish a fish from your grave. Special summon this card. You can only use each effect once per turn. All right. So yeah. Solid, I guess solid disruption on the opponent's turn as a level 8 synchro.
Banish is really good in
for
this
life.
format,
Thank you for the
so,
prime. Appreciate you.
Yeah, banish Fire King Island. Banish just something. This card overperformed today. Everyone summons.
Are GOATs out in the OCG yet? Have they gotten their OCG support yet? Oh, that was Keith, right? Yeah, that just happened, right? Is that what just happened? That was the Keith and the other one, right? This, yeah, okay, this is the one. Yeah, okay. Because I was about to say, whenever this stuff comes out in the OCG, they're probably gonna give them a starter card, because it's funny how they made an entire archetype. They made an entire archetype and they were like, we kind of forgot to give them a starter card. We gave them all the grind game and all the interactions in the world, but starter card? Nah, man. They don't need that. White Aura Whale is something I'm not familiar with. White Aura. What is this called? Did I misspell it? Oh, okay. White Aura Whale. 1 water tuner plus non-tuner waters. When this card is synchro summoned, destroy all your opponent's attack position monsters. This card can make up to 2 attacks on monsters during each battle phase. If it attacks a piercing, if it's destroyed, banish another. Okay. Okay. Fine. The last effect isn't once per turn. Right, so it's just like a very hard over. It's like a colossal fighter wall kind of situation. If you have enough fishes in the graveyard, right? If their main form of removal is destroying it by battle or card effects, you can just bring it back all the time. Yeah, okay.
Everything in attack position, and then just Raigeki during your opponent's turn is kind of funny. And then they have to non-destruction out it, or it comes back as a tuner. And then you can go Hyugen and this into a 10.
Dude, don't call it Colossal Fishter. Colossal Fishter is not right. Okay, that's Goaty the Deep Beyond. I know this one. This is the one that just blows up, that banishes all your opponent's cards, right? Goaty the Deep Beyond. Synchro Summon during your opponent's turn. Banish all cards on the field, and then it comes back. Okay, this is like Goaty Zeroboros.
I summoned this, and people are, what does that do? It banishes every card on the field, and then it's Chinging, Runick spells,
I know that
plus if you have a fish on field, you can trigger with Shift, banish, target a fish, give it 500 attack, trigger him. Baron, when you go to the turn 3, if you have a random tuner you didn't use last turn, use the 8, make Baron. Little Knight, you only need one.
One funny thing about Little Knight, let me double check before I actually say something wrong. Yeah, Little Knight can banish stuff from your own graveyard too, which is something that hasn't really happened a lot or hasn't been relevant a lot. In this deck, I could see that happening at some points. Like at certain points of the first turn combo, you can like SP Little Knight and then banish one of your own fishies from the graveyard so that it comes back on the next turn. And then your end board basically has a Little Knight and then also has a has the banished fish that gives you advantage. That seems nice.
It comes up when you, because you spam a lot and you can clog your field.
It was very relevant to banish your Hugin to draw off regained. Oh yeah, I've done that a couple times, right? That's true. Yeah, that happens sometimes, right?
So Little Knight's nice to remove stuff from your main monster zones. And then Typhon.
Okay, so that's the list. Now, Dark Horse, walk me through the combo. They said in the beginning, they said that Leaf Fish or Shift plus a Runick is full combo. Walk me through Lifeless Leaf Fish plus Runick. What are we doing? And I'm gonna, since I don't have the cards, I'm just gonna look at whichever cards you say. Okay, any Goaty level 2 tuner. Any Goaty level 2 tuner plus a Runick special Gary Search Fountain. I assume you make, I assume you mean, what do you mean Runick special Gary Search Fountain? First step already, confusing. Don't search fountain. Okay, so first things first, that is rule number 1. Rule number 1 of viability for a Runick deck is your first Runick has to summon Hugin. If your first Runick summons Gary, you're not viable in my book because you're not baiting out hand traps. You're not making good use of the Runick engine, in my opinion. But okay, nonetheless, your combo is Runick Summon Gary, normal the tuner, synchro into Aerion Pause. And then Aerion Pause banishes P6. Aerion Pause banishes P6. Which is this other big dude. If it's banished, banish a fish from hand, grave, or field. Special summon this card. Which is Aerion Pause banishes P6. P6 effect banish the tuner from the grave to special itself. P6 effect to add and banish a second tuner for SP Little Fish. Opponent standby phase bring back fishes. Okay, so it's very... do you need it visualized? No, it was simple enough. It was simple enough for me right now. Because it's very simple. It's only like three steps or something like that. You make a level 6 synchro. So the reason why I'm saying it doesn't, I don't like it in that sense is you're not actually making use of the Runicks for what they are actually good at, right? Like you're not actually summoning Hugin to grab Fountain. You're actually just using it literally as a level 4 instant fusion, which, don't get me wrong, you can do that. And that is a fine usage of them, but I just don't think it's ideal. Let's say it like that. Couldn't you use the Earthbound Servant cards to get to Aerion Pass? I mean, you can You can. The problem is if you get to Aerion Pass, because what I was thinking is, what if we just play like, what if we played a Goatee Runick deck that played level 4 tuners instead? Because that's the only reason why you have to summon Gary, is because your first synchro wants to be a level 6 synchro, right? So, and you play level 2 tuners mostly, right? So what if you went for level 4 tuners instead, for example, right? The thing is that if you go for a level 4 tuner, like let's use Quem as an example, right? Like you could theoretically go Quem into Hugin, into bring back another level 4 tuner, and then you could make Aerion Pass. The problem is then you don't have other fishes in your graveyard to even banish for the P6, right? There's been testing with Quem and it seems nice. Yeah. I could see it. With Cupid Pitch, you can, yeah, with Cupid Pitch you can make Hugin first. One thing I want to say though, in general, like the ability to go into some huge combo plays with like opening a tuner plus a runic, that is not something that is exclusive to this deck. Like, I can open a tuner plus a runic in a variety of different decks and I can just pop off, right? Like, there's like a dozen decks that potentially do that, right? It's very hard for you to not pop off in any runic synchro deck when you go for those kind of lines. The only thing that it feels like is Rick Burp Sanchez, think of the 13 months. What I'm not happy about with this version of the deck is your ratios are not something that makes me happy, because like there seems to be a lot of engine requirements here that aren't great, right? Keef, not a tuner. The level 6s, not great. I don't know. I actually don't have these cards, but if you guys want, I can probably get my hands on them. I don't think they're any sort of like expensive or anything like that. And we can try it out. It seems like one of those decks where if you just theorize over it, which is very often the case. It's very often the case with runic decks that like they work a lot different in practice than when you actually, like, when you think about them, like they're different. So yeah. Paces is like 7 per copy. Yeah, but you only need 1. I can probably get around to that. I might have one laying around somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember if we pulled it when I opened the set when it came out. I don't remember. Is that a Power of the Elements card? That was Pote, right? Where this came out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, I suppose, is I do see what you're trying to do. I understand it. And it's not a bad deck, I don't think. I just don't really see, because there's so many potential ways you can use runic cards. At this point in time, I don't see anything that sets this deck apart from other runic variations. Like, what makes this better than runic decks that already exist, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really see that. I don't really see that quite yet. What this deck can do better than other runic variations. Banishing is really good at the moment. That is fair enough. Banishing is a good form of disruption, right? That is good. That is true. And you have a lot of that on the opponent's turn, you know, stuff like banishing Fire King Island, banishing the only Flamberge, banishing the only Garunix. Those are things that, especially if you're playing a grindy Runick deck, being able to like set these things up is definitely good. That is true. That is a fair point. This deck just feels like go first or lose. Maybe. However, I will say in the current format, that might just be a thing with most Runick decks, to be fair. In defense of this particular version, that might just be a general like Runick problem, right? The deck can board wipe really easily. I mean, the fact that Fire King Snake-Eye doesn't end on any Omni negates would make it so that you have an easier time resolving your banish effects, which is true. You know, that's not wrong. Yeah. I'm just not happy looking at a deck where basically what I'm seeing here is we're running 3 lifeless leaf fish, right? Because when you build a deck, essentially the way I look at it is if someone else builds a deck and they decide on certain ratios, I'm looking at it like if they put a card in there at 3, they want to draw it, and if they put a card in there at 1, they just want to like access it from the deck most of the time, right? Maybe they're okay with drawing it, but it's not a great draw. Otherwise, you'd be playing 3, right? And I'm looking at this, and like every single one of the Goaty cards, they're only playing 1 or 2 copies, which makes me think like they want to draw lifeless leaf fish, but that's about it, right? Leaf fish in Runick Goaty is wrong in my opinion. Why is that? What is like what do you even send with lifeless leaf fish? Yeah, what is the combo with lifeless leaf fish if it's not a tuner? Like what are we doing? It's a 1-card combo. You send Shift and then you SP banish your own Shift. Hold up. And then you pass? Or what? Yep. Yep, that's it. Okay, what about hold up. Hold up. What if we is there a way? Let me see. So, as far as I understand, the thing that holds back Arion Paws from being like generically good is that you need like a fish in the graveyard for it, right? If you don't have a fish in the graveyard when you make Arion Paws, banishing P6 is not great, right? Because you want to have a you want to be able to banish a fish from hand or grave to summon it, right? Is that the main thingy? Why don't we just play a level 4 fish tuner then? Hold up. Level 4 tuner fish. Eh? Didn't I click tuner? Tuner. Oh, excluded items. I'm dumb. Okay, this. Dude, there's only 1. And you can't use it. Okay, that's actually criminal. What the hell? Huh? If this card is used as a synchro material, all the other synchro materials must be fish type. What I was thinking of is literally not possible. Just use a level 4 fish tuner, Keck W. Okay. Okay. I'll see myself out then. What the hell? What the hell? That's crazy. Because what I was thinking, I was cooking in my head already. What if we had a level 4 fish tuner so that we go... Wait, it reset my entire thing. Hold up. We go Hugin, we go level 4 fish tuner, we make Arion Pass, banish P6, and then if this is banished, so we banish the fish tuner that we used to special summon it, and then we get to add a fish from deck to hand, and then we can cook from there. But that's just legit not possible. Okay, well. Chat was chatting. Lifeless is supposed to bin P6, then you make SP to banish P6, trigger it, and banish Lifeless. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So you go Lifeless Leaffish, Foolish P6 to the graveyard, make SP Little Knight, banish P6, P6 then can banish Leafless from the graveyard, bring itself back to add a fish from deck to hand. But then what? What do you add with P6 anyways? Like, what is your setup at that point? Any of the tuners and banish it from hand. But that you're not getting much out of it. Like if I'm comparing this to other combos that I can do with the Runics, it just doesn't seem that great. I'm not convinced. I might get my hand if I'm gonna check if these cards are cheap and easy to find. Then we might try it for like a couple games. Maybe play around with it a little bit. But I'm not convinced. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think, and I don't really understand why, but I feel like they've made these Goatee cards very interesting, but they just forgot to give them starter cards. Like, legitimately, nothing I see here gets them going. They have a massive problem with that, I feel like. They all rely on convoluted combos to get themselves into the banish pile. I don't know. For some reason, they decided it'd be a good idea to give them 3 trap cards. That all kind of suck. Maybe read the field spell. Sort by card text. While you control a fish synchro, blah, blah, you can only use each effect. Banish a fish from hand or grave, add a Goatee from your deck to your hand. If a fish is normal or special while this card is in the graveyard, you can target a fish you control, banish it, and if you do, add this card to your hand. I do like that card in theory, but you have to play a lot of fishes for it, right? The cool thing about this card, particularly in something like Runick Goatee, would be that you activate it, then you put a fountain over it, and then this thing is in the graveyard, and you can like add it back to the hand, maybe. That has some synergies, but it's not great. It's not great. I don't know. Okay. Well. Yeah, it's essentially the way I feel about it. The way I feel about it as someone who's played a lot of different Runick decks, the synergy here, I feel like it doesn't come naturally between the two archetypes. I feel like while it is possible to combine Goatee and Runick, adding the Goatees to the Runick deck doesn't actually make it like as good as it could be, and it makes you have to work for getting your stuff, I feel like it's way too hard. They give you more problems than they solve, is what I'm trying to say, right? It's not like you add them to it and they provide a lot to the deck like some other cards would, right? Like, you know how if you add sprite cards to a Runick deck, you immediately see all the synergies and how the sprite cards help you play through interruption and all that kind of stuff. If you add Naturia to a Runick deck, you're like, yeah, I can see how, you know, this all works together. It flows really well. You can discard this Sacred Tree for Hugin and it's great together. Same is true for like even the Runick Bestial or the Runick Earthbound. Like they are very synergistic. While this one, I feel like just doesn't really offer me that. At the same time, if you want to play Goatee for some reason, like if you're really interested in playing a Goatee deck, then the other way around it works, right? If you're going in and you want to play a Goatee deck, then adding Runick cards to that probably makes it better, right? So it depends which way you're looking at it. Do you want to play a Runick deck? Then Goatee probably isn't the way to go. But if you want to play a Goatee deck, then Runick might be the way to go from that perspective. So it depends what you want from your deck, essentially, right? And so I'm typically on the fence of, on the side of, I want to find a good Runick deck, right? And I don't think Goatee does that for me at this point from my first impression, if that makes sense. Do you think the best Runick deck at the moment is Runick Sprite for Hire? Maybe? Maybe. I'm not actually sure. I haven't really evaluated Runick decks for the upcoming format that much. We're going to talk about one later, which is Runick Snake-Eyes, which I think is also potentially good. Earthbound Gang? The Earthbound version is also really fun, yeah. Live Twin 1 topped a couple regionals, yeah. All right. Is there anything else that I want to look at, preferably with a deck profile available? There's a couple pure Snake-Eyes I want to take a look at pure Snake-Eyes. Because we've only so far looked at, there's a lot of Fire King, but there's not that many pure Snake-Eyes. I also have the Orcus Taurus already open in another tab. We're going to check that out as well. CB Kula Cakes, thank you for the Prime. SMG Incredible, also thank you for the Prime. And Nano Andrade, thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Any volcanics? Not that I can see. I mean, you can go ! Spreadsheet and check for yourself. Maybe I'm missing something. What is the best performing pure Snake-Eye with a deck profile? There is a top 8 one here from the Georgia regional. Let's check that one.
So, Brian, here we are, Bainbridge Regional. You just got top 8. What'd you play and how was your experience?
I played Pure Snake-Eye with hand traps. It was fun. It was a good event. It was pretty short, only 7 rounds, but, you know, always fun coming out here and seeing all my friends in Jacksonville. So,
insane.
You know.
I know you've been playtesting in the Discord.
Yeah, a ton, dude. Just playing this format a ton. A lot of fan of Nightmare. This format's a lot of fun, so I've been really liking it so far.
All right, we're going to get into the list. You have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out everyone in Jacksonville, all the OGs in the Discord.
It's almost throwing me off how good the camera is. That's not a Yu-Gi-Oh deck profile vibe that I'm getting.
You know
Tino,
what I mean? Bradley, everyone that showed up to Dalton.
Like, nah, that, in my head, I can't compute. That doesn't make sense.
Shout out everyone in Fort Myers. Shout out my Discord, and shout out the Chuku. So.
All right, let's go ahead and get to the list.
You can lower the video quality. Okay, hold up.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's better. Oh yeah, that hits home.
2.
That hits home. That's about right.
Poplar. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard. I mean, I'm playing pure, so you can play 3 of this card, but it's not really a great starter, so it's kind of has to draw. So I wouldn't really
I will say I have been liking 3 Poplars in pure Snake-Eyes simply because, I mean, you are looking at a deck that wants to go 1-card combo, and I would rather draw Poplar plus Ash than none of the 2 is my logic for it. And then sometimes if you have multiple like normal summons in your hand, Poplar at least is a somewhat solid discard for it's a somewhat solid discard for Diabellstar. Like, I don't mind it, right? Like I don't mind having an extra Poplar in hand most of the time. I've been liking it. I see little reason to only play 2. Like, yeah, you can get away with 2, but I prefer, at least in the pure Snake-Eye deck, I was preferring to go for maximum consistency, maximum engine, and Poplar just is one of those, right? Because, I mean, normal summon Poplar, while it's not the full combo that Snake-Eye Ash gets you, it still is good, right? It's still good.
1 Birch, 1 Oak.
I've cut Birch from almost all my lists. I don't know. I haven't been liking it.
Pretty standard still. 2 Flamberge. I've seen some of us play 1. Probably wrong.
We've talked about this yesterday. I think the fact that the pure version has room to play 2 Flamberge is one of its biggest upsides, I feel like, depending on how people are going to go about the format. But I think one way how you can maybe decide the fire mirror match in your favor is by banishing your opponent's only Flamberge. If they are playing the Fire King version, right? I don't actually know how big of a deal that actually is. I need more practice in the mirror matches, but in my first impression, if both decks have incredible like follow-up and all that, and grind game, banishing your opponent's only Flamberge can definitely be a difference maker, I feel like. Especially if people play cards like Soul Release or DD Crow for it.
I do. Kinda need both for the grind. Played Jet. It's just because your end board kind of sucks without this card. So like opening, it's just like opening multiple engine cards without.
I unironically thought about cutting Jet, because in the early days of the format, or like when I played so far what I've been playing with the deck, there's been a lot of hand traps in everyone's deck, right? That's what people are going for at the moment. That's the most common way to approach the format, is just play a whole lot of hand traps. And the truth is, when hand traps are involved, Jet Synchron actually doesn't really come up that much, because if you get hand trapped, even if you have ways to play through hand traps, usually your original Sinful Spoils will summon a different card. Like let's say your Ash gets negated, your Sinful Spoils is typically going to summon like Oak or Poplar to get more of the cards in, right? Like in rotation. And like specifically if your Ash gets negated, you have to original for Oak, otherwise you can't get to Flamberge, right? And so Jet has kind of felt like it doesn't really come up. The problem is, if you ever do play against someone who maybe doesn't open a hand trap or doesn't even play hand traps, they play board breakers instead, then they just let you do the full combo, and suddenly you would really want that Jet, right? Because without the Jet, your end board typically is just, I mean, you just make the Masquerena Flamberge kind of play, right? And if your opponent has 6 cards and plays board breakers, that's actually kind of scary, right? That's actually kind of scary. So I think if the format stays super hand trap heavy, you could unironically take the Jet out. Like, I think that'd be possible. You know, get those extra deck slots free from the Formula, the Savage, and the Baron. 3 extra deck slots, right? And focus on outgrinding through hand traps, because through hand traps, it's really hard to even get to the Jet Synchron, right? But then that's really exploitable by board breakers, because if your opponent's on board breakers and they just let you do full combo, your full combo is actually kind of going to be low power, right? Isn't that why you would play Silvera without Jet? I mean, I guess, but at that point, if that's my other option, I would probably still rather play the Jet, because Jet Synchron it's not a great draw, but it's a better draw than a trap card. So yeah.
Without this card, doesn't really do anything. So like, it kind of feels necessary, but I don't know if I'll play in the future. Kurikara, this card comes up like a lot, and it's really good against a lot of the rogue decks, like especially Kashtira. Like there's just a lot of instances where you can even like win through Shifter with this card. So I don't think this card's like cuttable from the deck. 3 Witch, yeah, it's pure, so you play 3. It's a great starter, great extender.
I've been the ability to play 3 Diabell Star is also great. Even in Fire King, you probably should. I'm gonna be honest, Diabell Star, I think the more I'm theorizing, the more I'm playing is if you are able to, you should probably play the max amount of this because it's the best extender to play through hand traps. At the same time, the only real downside of playing too many Diabell Stars is drawing multiple copies. The reason why I don't think that's a problem is because Diabell Star itself has a mechanic to get rid of duplicates, right? Like she discards. So like if you draw 2, just send 1 for the other and it's fine, right? And so like the only reason I see to cut down on Diabell Stars is literally if you need the space for something else. But in theory, I would always want to play 3 of this card.
Just fantastic. For some hand traps, played most unfair and high impact ones.
Okay.
I was playing board breakers, but like this regional just felt like it was going to be pretty generic, so I just wanted to play like some generically good cards against most decks. Played 3 Ash, and then I also played 3 Imperm.
That's standard rate, like standard stuff.
Pretty just generic, good against every deck, and then like good against fire decks. And a lot of people like stop respecting this card, so Nib like shouldn't be as good as it is, as it was today, but like it's good because of people not playing around it. So, but
I'm still catching myself, like since it's still the early days of me learning this deck, right? I've only played it for a couple days. I'm still catching myself playing into Nim way more than I should. Like I think people are aware that there are lines around it, but like it just takes some time for people to adapt to it, right? I mean, it's a new deck, and every once in a while, you know, I still find myself playing into Nibiru.
In theory, like it's not actually that good if people just play around it. So, 3 wanted, 2 original. Probably only play 1 of this. It was just like it felt like an added consistency, but it's really not necessary. Temple is like a really insane card. 3 bonfire. Yeah, custom. 3 talents. This is like the god card. This format. It's just so crazy. Like talents take anything. And then like 3 1-ofs. I drew this card like way more than I should have. But
right now, this is exactly what I was playing on Monday. I had a 3rd Poplar over the Birch, and I was playing 3 Effect Veiler over these 3. That was exactly the list that I was using, right? So only some very small nuance in the early days about the pure Snake-Eye deck. Like I've talked about my thoughts about Cult by the Grave earlier, right? We've talked about it. I think it's a phenomenal card in the format, but going second, your highest priority targets would be Flamberge or Promethean, maybe Garunix. But if you feel forced to hit Promethean or Flamberge with it, then you also don't have those 2 available for your own turn, which I think is a big problem if you're playing the deck yourself. 1 for 1 I think is a good card. I should probably be playing it because it's just another way to play through hand traps, another starter. Like I think it's a good card. The Monster Reborn is interesting because it's like a pseudo kind of extender, because if you go, let's say you go Snake-Eye Ash and your opponent imperms it, you can make a Link Karibo and then you can bring it back with Reborn and still use the tag out effect to at least get some stuff going, right? At the same time, that doesn't really end on that much, right? Like you can tag out into, what do you tag out into? I guess, oh no, it does end on, it's almost full combo, isn't it? Like you go Link Karibo, then you Reborn the Ash, then you Ash tag out into Poplar. Poplar adds the Sinful Spoil spell card. You activate it, sending Poplar, summon Oak. Yeah, it's full combo. Like it's full IP Masquerena Flamberge Ambler Whale setup. which is good. The applications going second is something that I'm not so sure about. You guys keep saying Reborn to Steel Princess. Reborn to Steel Princess, I think, seems good at first glance, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like it doesn't actually do that much, because while that princess is on the board, you're gonna have some problems, right? Like, you are locked into fire, so you can't set up an Appaloosa to play through Nibiru. You can't SP Little Knight to force interaction. You can't Baron, you can't Savage in this version, right? You can't really do any of those things. You can't Zelantis, all that. So I don't really know what's after. Like, what comes after I reborn their princess, right? At first glance, I'm like, okay, cool, I take it away. I now have it. I can even reborn with it. Like, it seems good. But what do I do from there? Right? What do I do? Where do we go from here? Is the question. And I don't really find a solution, because as soon as you link with it, it goes back into their graveyard and they can trigger it, right? It still is good in the mirror match, but I just don't think you reborn the princess most of the time. I think most of the time the best part about this card is that in the mirror match you can just literally special summon a Snake-Eye Ash, right? You just take their Ash and start playing with it. Like, it's literally a free extender or starter card essentially, right? So, and sometimes you can do other things, like you can take away the Promethean princess for a while, and then if you clear all of their fire cards, then you can give it back to them and they can't use it anymore. There's ways, but it's more convoluted. It's not as simple as just take Promethean and win from there, because I mean, they still have other stuff, right? But I think it's good in the mirror match for sure. I think it's good. Yeah. It could be a very reasonable tech choice in the upcoming format, because it seems going first, it helps you play through some hand traps. Going second, it's definitely great in the mirror. And even if you're not playing a mirror, like sometimes you're just missing that one body to go into Promethean or into a Charmer, you know, like let's say, I don't know, like you get hand trapped, like you get ashed on your normal summon. If you have a reborn, like that gets you all the way into, like, you can make Hita, bring back the Ash again, make Promethean, all that, you know, like you got multiple ways to use reborn in a deck that uses the Charmers, right? You can take one of their, like, if you have one monster, by the help of, like, if you have Dark Charmer and they have a Dark in the Grave, you can go up all the way into like a Link 4.
It's very strong. In like any fire.
Diabellstar as well, like, is another thing, right? You take Diabellstar in a mirror match and it's also pretty strong.
And just like Reborn's Princess and like Runick's and shit, so just feels pretty good.
Is that 40 in the main deck?
Soul Release is a different type of card, because I see people in chat discussing Soul Release right now. Soul Release is a mainly completely only viable going second option, right? Which is, it's a viable card, don't get me wrong, but they're not exactly comparable, because Monster Reborn is way more main deckable than Soul Release ever would be.
41.
All right, see what you play in your extra.
Yeah, so we got...
Wait, 41? No. This is 40. Oh, the Kurikara. I missed the Kurikara. Right. Because I compared it to my list. I was like, I'm not playing those 3 spells. I'm playing Veiler instead, and I'm playing a 3rd Poplar over a Birch, but I forgot that they played the 1 Kurikara in the main deck. Okay.
41.
All right, see what you play in your extra.
Yeah, so we got one Linkuriboh. I summoned this card like so many times today, like not even just like...
I mean, Linkuriboh, it's funny. This is probably the most broken Linkuriboh has ever been, and Linkuriboh is and has always been a very good card, but Linkuriboh is probably max power in this deck. Like, there's so many small things where Linkuriboh just comes up and helps you out so much. It's actually crazy. Like, the fact that it's your bridge into Dark, it lets you dodge Imperm or Veiler for the rest of the game. It lets you use Poplar to get extra fodder into the spell and trap zone immediately. It protects your stuff from being run over on the opponent's turn, because Flamberge gives you so many level 1 bodies, you just like tribute 1 to bring back Linkuriboh, and now they can't attack over your Appaloosa or SP Little Knight as easily. Like, it's crazy, but like people are calling for banning Linkuriboh, and this is the one time, like, it seems like, I mean, Link 1s are just a whole nother breed of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I feel like. But right now, I don't even think it's that unreasonable to call for Linkuriboh to be banned because of how much it does, but...
The actual Link one, just the Grave Effect.
But
IP,
it's still
SDs,
crazy to
and
think about. That little Linkuriboh is the one that people are asking for a ban on. It's kind of wild, but it is... If you really think about it, it's a very, very strong card in this deck particularly. Like, it does so many more things than it seems at first glance.
Hida, Dark, Not Cuttable, Princess, Phoenix, Zealantis. This combo's like really good, and I don't know if
it's funny, but it's not a good ban. I mean, it's not a good ban to hit the fire deck specifically. Like, it's not like if you ban Linkuriboh, the fire deck is now solved. That is not true. But I think it would be a fair point to spark the discussion of, hey, how easily should Link monsters be made? Like, how easily should it be able to send any monster at any point to the graveyard, right? Because that's really that's what makes it so good, is the ability to send a monster to your graveyard at any point. That's what Link ones are so good for. It's just like, you know, oh, my monster has a graveyard effect. Normally you have to put in some work to get it to the graveyard, but no, I have this Link monster in my extra deck that allows me to do it whenever I want, right? And right now Linkuriboh does that plus so much more.
if I'd ever cut it from this deck. It's just too strong. Amberwell Appo, just like your 4s to make. Savage, this is like for the synchro shit. I'm sorry, synchro stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I play this again, to be honest. It's a little weird in the hand traps. People were playing on hand traps today, so I don't know if I really play it again. But in theory, it's like really good, right? And then I played Fuko and Zeus. This like felt like it was gonna be good against everyone playing D-Shifter, and like I didn't summon this card a single time.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not playing these two, but I also haven't really been shifted. So maybe it's something worth considering.
Should have probably just been Sunlight Wolf and Heat Soul, so I could actually like draw some of my hand traps I play, maybe, in theory. And also for like talents, right? Like you talents take Cash Xyz, crash it, and then make Zeus can be pretty good.
True. Talents get
side, I played Bell, good generic lab, all that. Cosmic, same thing. It's really good against Fire King as well. So it has.
Dude, I've been kind of changing my mind on super rares. I've been hating on super rares the last couple years, but the more, like, some of the newer super rares, they look kind of good.
It's like a really lot of overlay. Like, honestly, this card could probably be main decked and it'd be pretty solid.
Like, I noticed this. I noticed this when I purchased ultra rare runic spells, right? And I played them for a while, and then I went back to the supers because I was like, I don't know, I kind of miss my supers. So I went back to the super rare runics, and I like them more now.
3 anti-spell is just like the most insane go first card against every deck in the game. And then the cards I have to play because of time.
Good lord.
Insane. You got any changes you plan on making?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, it's relatively standard-ish, the deck at this point in time. I don't think we've reached the point yet where people have experimented enough with the deck to say, okay, this is the version that people are preferring, but like this is obviously, it makes sense for the first weekend that people would start with this sort of list, right? Like some minor nuances, but very close to each other, right? Very, very close to each other. Okay. People will wake up to Parallel Exceed in Snake-Eyes? I mean, technically you can, but like, what's the point? What are you making with it? You make the rank 4? You make the rank 4 that searches Poplar? You make Banshee or what? Like you get impermed on Ash, and then you make Link Karibo, summon Parallel, make the thing, and search Poplar anyways. Imagine. Make Allen version. Yup. Make Allen version. You guys said there was another top 4, like a better performing. There was one other deck I definitely wanted to take a look at, and that was this one. Oh, this is the same tournament that has a second place Pure Snake-Eye. You know what? Let's just look at the list instead of looking at another profile, because I'm assuming, yeah, it's very similar. It's very, very similar. This is legitimately, this list is the one we built together on stream. I'm not saying that's what they got, that's where they got it from, but it's very, very close to the one that's very standard. It's got Birch, M. Cobber, thank you for the kind words and thank you for the 2 months. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Thank you so much. This has a third, I have a third Populous over the Birch. I'm playing a third Wanted, obviously. I'm assuming that's budget reasons, which is fair enough. And I'm playing a second copy of this, which I'm not convinced by the way. I think it's okay to play one. And they're playing a 1-for-1 and a call by, but it's the exact same otherwise. The extra deck is slightly different. I've been using Heat Soul, but I haven't been summoning it, so I think you can cut Heat Soul. But they're playing Selene and Nightmare Phoenix, which is also reasonable. Yeah. What am I playing instead of... Oh, Sunlight Wolf. They're not playing Sunlight Wolf. That's interesting. I've been liking Sunlight Wolf. I think Sunlight Wolf's good. But, okay. I wanted to take a look at this one. Horus Orchist. Third place in the Remote Duel Regional. Hello?
Hey guys, so we're here with the special guest Ryan, who finished 3rd place at the Remote Regionals with Orchis, which is super impressive. Obviously, we're in Phantom Nightmare format now, so what are your thoughts on the deck for the format?
I think it's got like an okay Viking matchup, like on paper. Like in practice, it's very like, but like I found that they can't they have a lot of trouble trying to break free a board when you have crescendo. So I don't know. I just really like Orcust.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into the list then.
So I played 3 Gearsu. He's your
dog shit camera. Now we talking. Yeah, that's more like it. That's what we need as the Yu-Gi-Oh community. That's the quality we're used to. That's what we need to see.
best starter. A lot of people don't. I think that like half summon Gearsu is like super relevant, but like it only comes up in like their end phase, the dump crescendo to get another.
Yeah, should I downgrade my remote dual camera again just to make it feel more natural? Maybe I overshot the target a little bit too much. Yeah. Okay.
A lot of the time I'm just doing what I used to do back in 2019 to Summoning Nightmare because
I still have my old very first webcam. I could go back to that one.
You go like AKA dump Harp summon this, you lose to like an Impalm or Vela. I don't know. I just found like Summoning Nightmare better a lot of the time. I played like one Armageddon Night. It's like a worse. It's a situationally worse Gearsu. But it's just there because this deck needs more starters. And I played like Greffer, which is Greffer's weird because like half the time Greffer's like the best starter in the deck, but like a lot of the time you just draw it on its own, and it's just.
I want you to not tell me what these cards do, but rather tell me what your goal is. Because is your goal friggin' the 2019 Orcust board or what? I mean, you're playing Horus cards, so I'm sure it's more than that, but that's what I'm more interested. Like, I'm familiar with the concept behind Dark Greffer, but what are we doing with it? You know what I'm saying?
Like, you have to like discard a card.
Vonto M, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the prime.
Something and it's bad. And then I play like Rota because it gets you these like if we didn't have like if we had like 3 Greffer and like 1 Rota, I think you still play the Armageddon Night, but I think like I don't think I'd ever play more than 1 Armageddon Night if it was at more than 1, and then I played like Foolish because it's.
Is Armageddon Night limited? Yeah. I genuinely forgot. Is that thing still limited? It is limited? Greffer out as well? Now that's crazy.
Another start to the deck.
Could Greffer go to 3? I mean, I would argue, yeah. I would think so, yes. But
yeah, like these are really good. Like opening like this or this.
it can come back to 3 now that Assault is banned. I mean, that's another point, yeah. Like, especially now that Isolt is banned. Like, the fact that Armageddon or Greffer make Isolt with Mali is, like, not relevant at all anymore. I think they could come back, yeah. Also, let me introduce Armageddon Knight to Bestial Magnamut real quick.
So now it's kind of annoying when you don't see an extender, but I don't know. I played
What was that meme? I remember that meme where someone made that meme when Harp Horror came back, of like Harp Horror being bestialed for the very first time, and it was like that guy looking into the sky being hit by some random meteor. That was peak.
3 of the Nightmare, 1 heart, 1 symbol, and 1 wand. I did play Brass. I found Brass was like there's like an extra brick, and the deck already has like a lot of bricks. I also don't think it adds much to the deck outside of maybe summoning a Gearsu or a Nightmare from hand, but I think at that point you're better off just sending Harp. In regards to like Nightmare, I think if we had more Harp, you could probably like cut us to 2 if we have free Harp. Like a lot of time I side out the 3rd one. But yeah, like they kind of all suck to draw unless you draw like Greffer.
They all suck to draw, noted.
Or Rotor. I played like 2 of this. The second one was sided out a lot. Like usually I'll side out like a Nightmare.
Dude, this deck's from 2019,
like
man.
A King Sark. And I played like a Babel and Crescendo.
No.
There were a few times where I felt like I needed the second.
We're passing on Babel. That's crazy.
Because,
that's so it's based. Don't get me wrong. It's very based. I loved Orcust in 2019, but like
what? Half the time I'm sending the Crescendo with the Gearsu, which a lot of people don't do, just to get either a Heart Pipe when banished to pitch on return, or to get another Gearsu for follow up. But it's kind of weird because again, like all the Orcust cards like outside of this are like really bricky on their own. I played like 3 of Seti, which is like this card is like every time I resolve this, I'm probably one. Like I'm not playing the rank 8s outside of Ding. I found like even if you break, ending on like this happy with hand traps is like more than enough a lot of the time, especially if it's like a Veiler and a Bell. Like I found like Viking kind of like opening multiple hand traps is like really nice against Viking.
Yeah, that card, that's a very modern approach now.
Once
now we're talking.
I wish I didn't have to play this. I played like 3 because I
want
to
that makes
maximize,
sense.
like,
that makes sense because like you want to max on that.
There's
Do you also play the field spell? I feel like you
would.
would.
Worst case, like this lets you make Ding, and which gets you Zeus, but I came out once. I think. Hand trap wise, I'm on like Ash. I know it's risky because it's like 5 format, but like, I feel like being able to hit like like an OSS is like really relevant. Sometimes being able to hit like Island is nice as well, but like usually like hitting OSS is like really nice. I played like Nib. I found like Nib was like I probably wouldn't main it in future. Like the only times like it came up were like they had a Vata. And like other than
what camera do you use for remote duel? The one that I have is a Sony Alpha. I'm checking on the thing. Sony Alpha 6400.
The time I had a Vata, like I played against a Dragon League player, and like that was the only time I actually resolved it. I don't know, like in future this is probably gonna side. And like I played 3 Veiler and 3 Imperm as well. But most of the time this was just hitting like Snake-Eyes, actually have the Kirin, so it didn't really matter. But I feel like
is it DSLR? I don't know what those words mean. It's a camera.
These are like
it makes really, it makes good picture.
You can like a lot of like the shifter decks as well. I mean, unless they draw shifter, but like I felt like there probably would be like a fair amount of cash and flu. Or, like I feel like these are like quite nice into both those decks. But again, like that's just from my personal experience.
Bro, I put you to 1.5 speed.
And then I just played like the free.
Oops.
Again, like
how do you sound normal at 1.5 speed?
All the Orcust cards like outside of this like really bricky on their own, and 3 Imperm as well. But most of the time this was just hitting like Snake-Eyes, actually have the Kirin, so it didn't really matter. But I feel like these are like really good into like a lot of like the shifter decks as well. I mean, unless they draw shifter, but like I felt like there probably would be like a fair amount of cash and flu. Or, like I feel like these are like quite nice into both those decks. But again, like that's just from my personal experience. And then I just played like the 3 talents and the 1 core by to try and insulate my plays. Like last round, last game, I opened double of this, double Cosmic, and like Shadow Dragon, top belt. I'm like, oh, I'm losing this. And I Cosmic his field spell, he let it go through, and he brings all his guys back, like playing his talents. And then I got like a normal dragon right into battle phase, it's like really close to time. And he goes IP into Apo, so I just got like talents take Apo, swing over his like last guy of dragon, swing of Apo, and then yeah. Then I top like this, and it's just like beginning. Then like extra deck. I played 3 because...
Well, they started building this deck in 2019 probably. They just now finished. They were like... They started building in 2019. And as cards started coming out while they were in the deck building process, they were like, yeah, might as well add the Imseti. Like in real time, they were building it, and it took them like 5 years.
I played too much 2019. I missed the 5 one too much. It's got really bad. You have to play it. So like, Moral Sword would probably be an access code. I just, 1, don't own an access code, and 2, I just can't be bothered to go anywhere and buy one. But like the amount of times where like Moral Sword comes up as opposed to an access code is just, it's probably quite marginal. Like you can probably find just to play this. This comes up sometimes, like when you get like you have like lines where they like I got Lancius, like, just painful. Like.
I'm fascinated. I'm genuinely fascinated. And I'm not trying to be mean, but you sound normal at 1.75 speed. Like, I can follow everything you're saying.
We don't talk about Lancia. A lot of the time, like
what happens if I put it back to 1x? What happens if I put it back to 1x?
How do you make this in like Ragged Nibbed?
I'm scared.
It's like weird. So like, if I get nibbed, I'll make this. But like a lot of the time, I'm making this instead, and like banishing my own gear suit to bring back off wand, which I find is like super relevant. Like a lot of the time, I'm like instead of like when I end in like Babel plays, if you do like this, you lose to like Imham really hard. Whereas if you make like Little Knight, you can banish your own gear suit to bring back off wand. But like a lot of people I've seen that have played this deck aren't using this as an extender. Now being able to use this as an extender, so like banish your own guys to bring back off wand is really nice. Especially when like there's like game states where you like end on this, and you have a digging grave, and you banish your own ding to bring back off one the next turn, so they can't dark it. I thought that's like pretty cool. I'll play a dark, like unicorn. Like again, I play this. I probably should be playing access code, but yeah.
So this deck is genuinely like, unironically, this deck is just 2019 Orchest, but it puts like an Imseti package, but not because the Horus cards are so good. It's just an extra engine to get to your Orchest cards more consistently.
I played like the two like max and my 2 ding. There's like a game state where this could have made this, but I think it's just like you make it if you make it. Look at the time I'm like boosting one of my I'm boosting.
It's just a discard outlet. Yeah, it's like a discard outlet that gets you to Zombie Vampire to mill 4.
I'm whacking this over the top of it after I just play, and they can't nib you, and you just hit them.
So it's genuinely a 2019 Orchest deck with a different like engine.
Then lost anyway because I just had this T. But it's pretty cool. Like I made ding a lot. I feel like for a Lord as well is like kind of win more, and like with Zombie Vampire,
it's fun.
Like if you're a opponent, you just have to.
Gearsu, all right, Gearsu is kind of new, right? Yeah, Gearsu is kind of advanced technology. That's true. I forgot. Gearsu wasn't a thing back then, so that's that's hella modern then. That's hella modern.
Like you're going to lose anyway, so I just didn't think it was worth playing Zombie Vampire. When testing, I was playing the Erratic Sky.
Wait, they don't play Zombie Vampire?
Like the more I tested it, especially now Bisty was a face-up format, I just don't think Erratic Sky is worth playing like at all. Like, I feel like it's best just to use the Horus cards as extenders or just cards to like insulate your own board. And then I played Window because on 2019 build and play Shaddoll Fusion. Like side deck wise,
dude, we're citing Shaddoll Fusion. Okay.
I also expect like a lot of decks like this is bad. These are bad into like Flu and like Ash. I played like a fair amount of fire. I think like half my games are fire. Like 2 of them catch, 3 of them are fire, and not just like rogue like Bisty decks. So like I guess it's like better to cite these. Like this card's insane though. This card's like overperformed. I never saw this, but like in theory, like this is just I don't really like Ephemerins like in this deck. Because I don't want to lose the draw. The amount of times I got drawn as well. I got drawn more than you'd think you would get drawn, but then it's just like the hand looping themselves, which is kind of weird. I play like the Shaddoll Fusion. Like this card is I don't play Aerial. Like I feel like I probably
that's so funny.
I probably should have played Aerial, but over this I just couldn't get one in time.
Shaddoll Fusion, unironically though, isn't bad into the fire deck, right? Because they can't negate it. So like it technically works. It technically works. No, Aerial is wrong. Aerial is the one that banishes 3 from the graveyard, right? So if you go Aerial with Shaddoll Fusion, you get to like banish their you get to banish their Garunics and stuff. Yeah, that seems good.
Well, I think like Windows really nice.
It's like a convoluted way to soul release them, I suppose. Like you hit the Flamberge if it's already in the graveyard, right? All that. The only problem is if you try to banish the Promethean, they can chain it, right? To the summon of your Shaddoll monster. But yeah.
This kind of like breaks the Viking board.
Seems good. That seems good.
You can go like you can like force them to pop the field spell. You can
but no, you're right. It wasn't out in 2019 yet, so we have to discover that technology first. You know, we go step by step.
Force them to protect the field spell, which is kind of nice. And also like you can make it. You can also make all good attempts to use the princess, which I really liked. Also, one of the things I really liked is like you can use this. You can like You can make a little knight with this. I bet Stop Fusion. Later on, you can use like Nut Uniform, pitch Stop Fusion. It's just free. I'll play like free Cosmic. I like this card. I think it's pretty good this format. I saw some people playing it as well. I don't.
I mean, that's crazy. Like, that's a 2019 deck that got second at regionals. That's it's impressive, honestly. And it does look fun. Don't get me wrong. It does look fun. I am kind of doubting its ability to keep up and establish itself in the format, but it does look like a fun deck in my book. So that's cool. I find it interesting that they decided not to include the Horus Field spell. I feel like one of the biggest downsides of Imseti is that you can't play enough copies of it, especially when you splash it somewhere. So I was thinking like, hey, another way to search that card seems great to me. Of course, the field spell, if you use the field spell and then your Imseti gets like, you get rolled or ashed or something, you've invested an extra card into it. But I mean, I think that's what you're like signing up for anyways. If you're playing a Horus deck, like you go all in, right? It's kind of the new Gamba deck, I feel like, of the modern format, since the Ishizu cards are gone. Yeah, I'm scared of what this dude can do with a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Yeah, you're right. Like, what the hell would happen if they did play a fire deck? Oh god, would you think about that? Holy. Don't think about that. Don't think about what would happen if they actually got the powerful stuff at their hands. Oh god, Monka Christ. All right. Holy. Okay. Interesting. Overall, one thing I do want to say is that it's a lot of fun looking at these different decks in this current format. And like, obviously, I mean, we don't have to sugarcoat it. Fire decks are by far like running and dominating the format. I find it impressive and fun to see at any moment that even when a new deck like this comes out, right, people will find ways to still perform with other decks, you know. And this is, I mean, we haven't even looked at all of these, right? There's other stuff, you know. You see a Centurion deck over here. There's like Branded, there's Kashtira, there's Dragon Links, there's Rescue Ace, there's one Labyrinth here. So like, you know, there's things that people are doing to do well. Like there was a guy top with Yubel. We looked at it earlier. You know, you got some stuff still, right? I mean, it's Fire deck is the best deck in the format, but we've got other things that people can play still. I feel like it's always a matter of people are overreacting to it in some ways, right? Like, I mean, yeah, maybe you feel bad if you're not able to play the fire deck because it is quite expensive. I don't want to argue with that, but it's really not that you are left without any choice on what you can perform with. So I always have a lot of respect for people that just go into this sort of format, and instead of being like, oh man, I can't play the fire deck, I'm gonna go on Reddit and complain, they just pick up a different deck that they like, they figure it out, and they still manage to do well at regionals. I think that's a very cool part of these sort of situations as well. And I do think, as good as the fire deck is, if I'm comparing it in my head to the last sort of tier 0 format we had, which was Tearlaments, right? I do think that the fire deck is a little bit easier to interact with than tier 0 Tearlament was. I mean, Tearlament was also an interactive deck, but I think the gap between tier and the other decks was bigger than the fire decks to the rest of the four. I think like Ishizu Tearlament's level of consistency, and also like in terms of hand trap, like 2 hand traps against Tearlaments most of the time didn't really do shit like in tier 0 format. Like if I draw Imperm Ash or Imperm Veiler or Imperm Nib or whatever against the fire deck, I might just be fine. Sometimes even 1 hand trap does it. If you drew Imperm Veiler against Tearlament, like, nah, Agido effect. Right? Agido effect. And it all didn't matter, right? Sharon, discard Agido, have fun. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, Tearlament format was really fun when both players were on Tearlament. I think if other decks were not on Tearlament, it was usually a shifter or bust situation. In this format, I think the fire deck does allow other decks to keep up a little bit more. It's still better than them on average, like no doubt. It's the best deck, I think. And on average, it's going to be better than other decks, but there's definitely more of a window to try and beat it. Yeah. That's my at least in my initial impression. Like, I'm seeing a lot of decks here that and most of them don't rely on shifter. You know, some of them do, but like during Tearlament format, it was literally you either played tier or you played a shifter deck, or you wouldn't really be performing, right? That's what it was. Even the sprite decks were turning into shifter decks, right, during Tearlament format. Right now, I mean, you see some decks using shifter, but you also see a lot of them that don't, right? We saw a lot of them that didn't use shifter today. And they were still able to do fine. So that's cool to see. That being said, we got the setup ready for some experimentation, for some deck building in a second. I just need to go to the toilet really quick. And then we're gonna start cooking. Chat, we're gonna start cooking some Runick Snake-Eyes. Was tier pricey? Tier wasn't cheap, but that was one advantage of the tier 0 format. It was definitely cheaper than this pile of cards. Like, Tearlaments weren't completely cheap, but like it was not close to this, right? Not even comparable in the slightest. Like, I think that is the biggest problem of this format. I don't think it's that the gameplay is bad. I also don't think that the other decks are completely unplayable. Those are not the problems. I think the biggest problem is that this deck prices out too many people. And I think that's a genuine concern to have. That is a genuine concern to have. Okay, I'll be right back. I just need to go to the toilet really quick, and then we start cooking. Okay. So how do we start this? What's the best way to start this off? The reason why I wanted to try this deck mainly is because first of all, a ton of people have asked me if there was a way to play Runics with Snake-Eyes. And if you remember, I don't know if you were here, but we have tried to cook something like this a while ago. That was before Phantom Nightmare. We've tried cooking some Runick Snake-Eye combos, and it looked somewhat promising, but it didn't feel like it was quite there. It did not feel like it was quite there. The interesting thing that I want to preface this with, I've thought about this a little bit. I've thought about this a fair amount, and I think the way I want to approach this deck is, I think it's going to be less of a Runick deck than an actual, like a Snake-Eye deck, where you just use the Runick cards as your sort of non-engine replacement, if that makes sense. Like, because normally anything that is a Runick deck really heavily is like dictated by how you're gonna be, like, it's more of a Runick deck than anything else, right? And usually that's defined by what the Runicks want your what you want to access from your extra deck, right? Because usually it's like you play Runick Sprite and you want to use the level 2 to go into rank 2s, or you play like a synchro Runick version and you want to use the levels of the Runicks to get you into your extra deck, into the synchros. Obviously the important part about those synergies is that they free up your extra monster zone, right? That is the key point of synergy between Runicks and Exceeds, or Runicks and synchro strategies, is the fact that Runicks can only summon into the extra monster zone, so while the extra monster zone is occupied, you are not able to summon another Runick monster, which is obviously the best thing you can do with Runick spells on turn 1, is summon more extenders. You don't want to be using slumbers or golden droplets or whatever for the actual effect, right? That's not something you actually do. And that has usually in the past meant that linking in Runick decks has not been the best idea, right? Linking is not the greatest because it still leaves your extra monster zone occupied, right? However, Snake-Eyes have another interesting piece of synergy with Runick cards that I want to bring up real quick, and that is the fact that obviously for both Snake-Eye Ash and Snake-Eye Oak, you are sending face-up cards from your field to the graveyard to summon another Runick from the deck. And so I think the way I look at it, the way I think this could work together is the way that you can use Runicks to help the pure Snake-Eye deck play through hand traps in a way where instead of being cards like Droll, Ash, Imperm Veiler, Enemy Controller, like those kind of things, right? Those don't really help you play through hand traps, right? However, if you open a Runick and Ash, for example, or Runick and any way to access your Snake-Eye plays, let it be Diabell Star, Poplar, Bonfire, Wanted, doesn't really matter which one, right? Any way to start your Snake-Eye plays plus Runicks, you have two ways you can go about it depending on how your hand is shaped, right? Depending on if you have more Runick spells and you want the Snake-Eyes to resolve, or you have only like 1 or 2 Runick spells and you really want to make sure that the Runicks go through, right? You can decide based on what your hand does. Am I going to start with Hugin to bait hand traps that way? Or am I going to start with the Snake-Eyes to start baiting hand traps that way? Like, for example, if you open Bonfire and Ash and only 1 or 2 Runicks, you would rather start with the Snake-Eyes to make sure your Runicks resolve later. But if you start with a lot of Runicks and only 1 Snake-Eye play, you can start with the Runicks to bait out hand traps that way, and then just like, you know, after your Hugin gets impermed, you just normal summon Snake-Eye Ash and go from there. And one hand trap that this in particular is going to be great against, I think, is going to be Ash Blossom, because if you ever go normal summon Snake-Eye Ash and it gets Ash Blossomed, which not everyone uses Ash Blossom on Snake-Eye Ash, but some people do. If that happens, you can simply summon Hugin, bait out another hand trap that way. Even if they have another hand trap, they might use it on the Hugin here. And then because the Snake-Eye Ash isn't negated, obviously, you can still tag out using the Hugin, right? That being said, I think there are some synergy points here. Like, for example, you can use, if you initially summon a Hugin and you want to... Because the most important number of Runicks that you can even... that you want to be able to use is 2, right? It's really important for you that you can use that you can use 2 runics in the first turn. Anything past that, you don't really need to worry about being able to clear your extra monster zone like multiple times over and over and over again, right? So an ideal scenario in my head is the following, right? The ideal scenario in my head is you go summon a Hugin, clear it with Snake-Eye Ash out of your extra monster zone, go for Oak or Poplar or whatever the situation calls for, just so I can activate my fountain and then I can summon another Hugin or Gary to get my fountain draws. And what happens after that, I don't really care about. Like, that's fine. I can keep extra runics for my opponent's turn. That's all right. I don't need to go through like multiple runic monsters from the extra deck. As long as you can summon 2 times in the first turn, I think you're generally fine. And the Snake-Eye cards will enable you to do that. The Snake-Eye cards will let you free up your extra monster zone 1 time, and then you go from there, right? And so the way I'm looking at it is that I want to build this deck in a way where it's essentially focusing on Snake-Eye combos, right? But the runic cards are a very interesting choice for this deck, I think, because they provide both good extension, ways to play through hand traps, and also solid non-engine as well. Because if you really think about it, it's a theory that I would have to try and test and see how it actually performs. But the main good runic spells, they all seem to be rather good in the current format as forms of playing into boards going second. Even Slumber, like these four seem all right as forms of non-engine into the Fire King deck, I think, because freezing curses, you can just hit their Flamberge Dragon, right? Which stops them from bringing out the IP Masquerena from the spell and trap zone, which is a huge wall of interruptions that you can get rid, right? You can get rid of. Yeah. Josh, this is the 7th format in a row you've brought Runic to show and tell. Yeah, and it's not the last. Don't trust me, it's not the last. So you can freezing curses the Flamberge to stop them from bringing out the thing that they put into the spell and trap zone, which I do think is a big deal. No matter which version you're playing against, that is a big deal. Flashing Fire works in a similar way, in which you can just Flashing Fire the Masquerena or the Formula Synchron, whichever they're trying to do, right? Destruction, same thing. They try to bring it out, you destruction it, it's gone. Nice. Slumber, when they try to bring back Promethean Princess to pop one of your cards, you can protect whatever they're trying to pop from your end, right? So that's useful. Same is true. You can stop the destruction from something like the Garunix Exceed monster. You can stop the Kirin pop if you only have one really valuable thing. I believe that all 4 of these are solid non-engine going second. Now, obviously, the one big thing that needs to be mentioned or needs to be said, that one of these is never going to be enough when you go second. Like, they don't solve the entire problem on their own, but they're solid pieces to work with, I think. I think they are solid pieces of interaction when you go second into a Snake-Eye board, no matter which version you play against, right? Making them, I think, solid pieces of non-engine as well that help you play through hand traps in a massive way. Like, and that I think is that would be the key benefit, I think, of this version. And I'm not saying that that's why it is like a good version or anything like that. It might not be. I have to try it. But in theory, it would be non-engine that also helps you play through hand traps, is the way I would put it, right? Non-engine that also helps you play through hand traps, which is not something that a lot of non-engine does, right? Like, most non-engine is mostly just focused on stopping your opponent from playing, like a lot of hand traps. Like, how often did we open a hand where we had one Ash and a bunch of hand traps, and if our Ash got impermed, we just passed the turn, right? That is not something that happens if you open a bunch of Runics and a Snake-Eye Ash, right? You see the difference? How in a format where a lot of people are playing main deck ratios of like Ash, Nib, Droll, Veiler, Imperm, right? How it's hard to play through these sort of cards if your hand doesn't have a sufficient amount of starters. And that's where runic cards would come in, right? Runic cards are really good, notoriously, like historically, at playing through hand traps, right? In hand trap heavy formats, runics are typically good, right? In the case of specifically Nibiru and Droll, it would be a question of you'd have to work out some lines, you know, how good are runics actually to play through those sort of cards. You know, obviously you can summon your Hugin in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird, and then that should be fine, I think. As well as like Nibiru, I'm sure we can figure out some ways to play around Nibiru depending. The only downside in that sense is that if you want to play around Nibiru and you're playing a runic deck, you have to figure out a line that works without using the Divine Temple, obviously, because that's the main way I feel like how the pure Snake-Eye deck plays through hand traps is obviously using the Divine Temple, or plays through Nib rather. And we might still be able to use the Divine Temple, but it's definitely got some anti-synergy. It's got some good synergies as well. Like, for example, the fact that you can search another field spell makes it so you can search one fountain with Hugin and then override it with another field spell and then add it back with Gary to get more uses out of it. That is good. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Runics aren't that good into Bell or Ash. Runics are phenomenal into Ash, and Bell is not that great against Runics either. So yeah, essentially, if your Hugin gets ashed, right, that means that your Snake-Eye Ash goes through, right? In theory, right? Depending on, I mean, the deck's not going to be able to play through infinite hand traps, but no deck is, right? So essentially, what I'm trying to get towards is that this deck is going to function differently from other runic decks that I've played in the past, because I think the way you want to approach this, if you want to play this version, would be you're trying to build a Snake-Eye deck that functions like a Snake-Eye deck, but instead of playing like all these hand traps because you don't want to play the hand trap back and forth Gamba game, like the mini game every single game of trying your opponent to from playing the game, and these cards don't actually do anything for your strategy, right? Instead of that, you will play the runic cards, which are all extenders, but also help you break boards going second with the Snake-Eye cards, right? But like drawing these cards instead of the other package of cards makes you play through hand traps a lot easier than you would if those were all hand traps in your hand, right? And that is an issue of the pure Snake-Eye deck. Like that is something that I immediately realized when I played the deck for the first day, is like there were a couple hands where I just drew too many non-engine cards and I was not able to play through a single disruption. Like and sometimes I didn't even draw a single play, right? I didn't even open a single way to start playing because I just didn't open one of the other ones. And you just like, you know. But I think the ability that this deck would have to play through hand traps would be crazy. Because you can even do things like, you can also use Diabellstar as well to for multi-purposes. Like, for example, you can use Diabellstar to also clear your main monster zone, right? Like, you summon a Hugin, and then you use Diabellstar to send it. And now your extra monster zone is clear, and you can summon your second Runic. You can use Diabellstar as another layer of play through hand. Like, if you open a Runic, Diabellstar, and a normal summon, like, it's really hard to stop as well. You can use Diabellstar to send Fountain, and then you can Gary back the Fountain, stuff like that, right? So, I mean, there are definitely some synergy points there. The main thing I'm trying to get to is, I think when it comes to figuring out what kind of end board we want to make, because that would be the next step, right? That would be the next step of like, okay, we have the Snake-Eye cards, we have the Runic cards. I don't think our end board needs to be that crazy. I don't even think I want to play Jet Synchron. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even want to play Jet Synchron because I think we won't have the extra deck space for it. Like, I'm sure, like I already said, I want to approach this more like a Snake-Eye deck rather than an actual full-on Runic deck. Like, it's supposed to feel more like a Snake-Eye deck. Which means we're gonna need a lot of these guys. A lot of these cards that we play in the Snake-Eye deck we want to still play, and we still have to fit some Runicks into there. So I don't know if we're gonna have the ability to play the 3 synchro monsters, right? Another thing that these cards help you do is they help you make Hita, right? Like the Hugin is a really easy way to make a Hita going second, or if you get ashed as well. Like if you get ashed on a Hugin, your Hita play is going to be open immediately, and you have enough bodies to do it. Because that's one thing that the Snake-Eye deck can sometimes struggle with, is getting second bodies onto the board to send for the Snake-Eye cards, and that's what the Runicks help you do every single time, right? But like going second, you can easily make Hita. You can easily make SP Little Knight to force out interactions from your opponent. You pair that up with Freezing Curses, Destruction, Flashing Fire, and all that. I think there's a reasonable chance that this deck can play going second. And obviously, we're gonna probably have some room for non-engine still. Like we're gonna play some Runicks, the Snake-Eye package, and that's it. Like we're gonna have room for you maybe to play Talents to break boards even more efficiently. We can side into stuff like Phantasme to get even more cards. All that kind of stuff, right? So I'm kind of looking forward to messing around with this deck a little bit. I think it's got some potential. The one thing obviously in the extra deck that we might not need, these two require a battle phase, I think, most of the time. So we might not be able to use those two good potential. I still think Zelantis might be good enough, because I'm not gonna lie, even without the Raging Phoenix, I think the play where you go Zelantis just to be able to trigger the Promethean Princess on your own turn whenever you want is pretty cool. Like that play, I even thought about adding this thing to my deck in Master Duel because of that. Like the fact that whenever you can make a Link 4, let's say you make Amblo Whale and have one other fire monster on the field, right? The fact that you can just go Zelantis, banish, bring back, and then Promethean in the graveyard can just trigger is, I think it's pretty dope. I think Zelantis is pretty dope in this in any sort of Snake-Eye, any Promethean Princess deck, honestly. Like not even Snake-Eye exclusively, but every deck that plays Princess should probably be on Zelantis. But yeah, the sort of end board, I don't think we have to think about it too much. I think the plan is basically the same as in the pure Snake-Eye deck. We want to end on like Amblo Whale. We want to end on maybe Appaloosa if we can, because the Runicks give us extra bodies. Maybe Appaloosa is one way we can try to play around Nibiru. Maybe SP Little Knight or IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap zone. Flamberge on the board. And we pair that up. Instead of pairing it up with hand traps, we are going to pair it up with Runick spells in the hand, and that should be good enough. I don't see us losing a grind game from there. I don't think we lose the grind game from that position. I think we're fine. If we end on the Snake-Eye board plus some Runicks in hand, I think we're Gucci. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So yeah, that's basically going to be the idea. We're going to have to check how much extra deck space we have, because I don't know how easy it is to make Dark and Linkuriboh. So we might have those slots available, which is one of the bigger downsides, I think, for this version, is that Linkuriboh doesn't really come up naturally. Like, for example, the one that I just talked about. In an ideal world, you go whichever order, you go Hugin and Ash, then you send the Hugin, right, to summon like Oak from the deck. Then this is normally where you would like turn your Populace into a Linkuriboh, but then we are once again locked out of our extra monster zone, right? I guess what we could do here is we could use Oak to summon Flamberge. I mean, let's just go through, why don't we theorize Snake-Eye Ash plus 2 Runicks real quick. In a world where there's no hand trap. In a world where there's no hand traps. Play 3 Flamberge. I mean, if it was a good Hugin discard in the beginning of the game, I'd be down. I'm not sure how consistently we can set up 2 fires in the graveyard before Hugin, though. But just in theory, obviously we all know that one Snake-Eye Ash already does enough, so this combo is probably going to be way over the top. But in theory, we can go Snake-Eye Ash, and let's ignore the ordering and playing around certain hand traps for now. Poplar. We search one of the two spells. I don't know which one is going to be the best yet. Divine Temple or Original. If we don't play Jet, I don't even know if Original is that great, but sure. We could honestly, I could see myself, we could discard the Original for Hugin. And use the other effect. Maybe. To search like Birch. You know, like to search Birch. That's a story for later. Slumber, Hugin. Let's do that for now. We search the fountain here. We are now at 3 summons, right? We are at 3 summons. We want to tag out to get our extra monster zone clear. We either summon Oak or Flamberge here. You can summon Flamberge right away, honestly, to play around Nibiru. This would be summon number 4. Like summon number 4 Flamberge, right? Then you go Fountain. Destruction summons another Hugin if you want to search another fountain, right? If you want to respect Nib like this, you would draw 2 now. Then this would turn into what, like IP Masquerena? I mean, it does the thing, right? It goes through the motions. You would get nibbed on. You would still get nibbed though, right? Like here. Like if you turn these 2 into a Promethean princess, you could get nibbed on resolution of that, right? Why is this all here? Because you would summon back 2 here and you could get nibbed on resolution here. You would get nibbed on resolution here. So okay, let's postpone playing around Nib for a second. Let me go full power combo for a second. Let me ignore all hand traps just for the first one. And then we can try and work out other stuff. So Ash, Poplar, Search, make Hugin. Hugin discard, adds Fountain. Ash effect to clear extra monster zone. So in an ideal world, you summon Oak here. Where's Oak? Where did I put Oak? Where are you hiding? There. Oak summons back Ash. Then you turn this into a Link Karibo. Poplar places itself back. And then for you to activate the second Runick, you need to get the Link Karibo out again. I guess we could use this for that. If we didn't discard it earlier, we could keep this in hand. We could keep this in hand. Hold up. Hold up. What if... Yeah, we keep the Oak in the... We keep Oak in the deck. So it's Ash, Poplar, Hugin. We discarded a different card for Hugin. We use Ash, Hugin. Then you would have to go Flamberge immediately though. Another Runick, and then you don't have 2 fires. Unless you... I mean, it does work. Draw 2. Draw 2. You still have the original in hand. The problem is here, if we link with these two, we can't revive with Flamberge. Right? Unless we go Promethean directly, but that doesn't seem great. Let me think about this. Go IP first, then Princess. So you want to go IP here. And then Princess, which does work, but then we're not placing with the Poplar. But we can do that later, right? Because now we go Princess. This just brings back the Poplar and the Ash. And then when this Poplar hits the graveyard, we can place. Right? Now Promethean brings back Flamberge. Flamberge places IP Masquerena. And we can still, like, link with the Poplar now and the Promethean into whatever. Like, we have Sunlight Wolf theoretically, but that doesn't seem great here. I mean, actually, we can go Sunlight Wolf or Amla Whale. But technically we could go, let's say we go Sunlight Wolf, Poplar places itself. Link into Linkuriboh, add back Ash, make Heat Soul to draw, which is very powerful in a Runick deck, I suppose. And if we get hand trapped at any point, we theoretically still have Sinful with sending the Poplar at some. Was there a really good point for us to get nibbed? I don't think there was a completely crazy point. We always had the Oak available at the very least. Right? And if we want to, we can upgrade this into an Appaloosa right now with the Sinful Spoil thingy. But then we could get nibbed at that point. You can use Original to send Fountain and summon Gary as second Runick. If we want to completely ignore all hand traps, we could do that. We could go crazy like that. But the problem, no, that doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Because if my first Runick searches Fountain, and then I activate Fountain and send it for spoils, before I activate my second Runick, I'm not drawing with Fountain. Like, I'm recycling it for free, but I'm not drawing with it. Because then when I activate my second Runick, I don't have Fountain anymore. If you get nibbed on Princess 2 level 1, what do? I mean, the Poplar goes back into the spell and trap zone. You use this to summon this, bring this back out, and these two tag out into the second Flamberge, and Flamberge still places IP. So you still have Flamberge IP. At the very minimum, with cards in hand and Fountain, right? So it's not that bad. Like, you meant this situation, right? You meant here. Here. This was what you meant, right? We were here earlier. If you get nibbed here, the Poplar still places, because we haven't done that yet. Poplar still places, we haven't done that yet. And then you do this. Send Poplar, summon Oak. Bring out whatever. Oak just sends itself and whatever you placed to summon the second Flamberge from deck. And then you can put the IP. Then basically the Nibiru only clears the Heat Soul. Essentially, right? The Nibiru only clears the Heat Soul, and you've got like Fountain up. So I think that would be the key on how this version would play around Nibiru. Is my first instinct would be you search a Sinful Spoil Snake-Eye and you just don't use it because you don't play Jet anyways, I think. I think we just don't play Jet. And so we can afford to keep this in hand. To play, and we just don't go through Oak. We just keep Oak in the deck, Snake-Eye in hand. And then if we ever get nibbed, we can do that. I have a Jet line that plays through Nibiru. Maybe. I mean, I'm aware that those exist. I know the Jet lines. I know the Jet lines. That would be a possibility as well. We can think about it. The only problem that I have with Jet is I don't know if we can fit it in the extra deck, because obviously we're gonna need Runick fusions. Right? Doesn't the deck already go plus 20? What's the reason to add Runick? Well, I mean, I've talked about that for like 15 minutes. I guess you weren't here. Long story short, the Runicks are non-engine that help you play through hand traps. Which something like Imperm, Veiler, Ash, and stuff like that don't do. Right? It's not about the card advantage. It's actually not about the card advantage. It's not that I think that this deck needs more cards. It's that I think genuinely the only weakness that I have spotted from pure Snake-Eye, if you even want to call it a weakness, is that the decks where if both players are on this sort of like lineup, right? If both players are playing a fire deck and they're playing like 12 or 15 hand traps, right? It's very often the case where like you just play this hand trap mini game where the first person to break through, right, just wins the game, because as soon as they get their combo through, they just win, because like it's hard to overwhelm your opponent after you've used like 1 or 2 hand traps. You don't have enough cards left, and they also back up their own board with hand traps, and it's just like it seems like this mini game where if they go first, you need to sort them with hand traps. If you do that, you know, if you Imperm Veiler them and they have to pass, then you have to play through their hand traps and see if they have follow-up and all that kind of stuff, right? And that, I think this version would be able to somehow circumvent that, because going first, like, a deck that has Snake-Eye normal summons, Diabellstar Extender, and 15 plus Runick quick play spells, like, you're just not going to stop that deck with hand traps. You're just not going to stop that deck with hand traps. Unless it's Master Duel and you have Maxi, then you're good. Probably. You're probably good if you're playing Master Duel and have Maxi, then you're cooking. Right? So I think there are great lines with this deck with Jet Synchron, but the way I'm looking at it, the way I'm interpreting this deck, I don't even know if we do need that, but it's something that we could be doing. So my first instinct would be, like I said, is genuinely look at it like a pure Snake-Eye deck. Look at it like a pure Snake-Eye deck. Play a pure Snake-Eye package, consisting of something, I mean, I don't know exactly how many of each you would be playing, but just as a rough idea, let me move these Runicks to the side, right? You would be playing some amount of, I mean, you'd still, the unfortunate news for budget players is you would still be playing Wanted. I'm pretty sure there's no way around that. You would play some amount of Diabellstars. You would play 2 to 3 Poplars. I could see myself playing 3 Poplar because it seems like a fine discard for Hugin too. Definitely 3 Ash as your normal summon. Definitely, I think 2 Flamberge, because, I mean, this deck's going to be very grindy. Bonfire is something that maybe we don't play 3 copies of. We'll have to see how much space we have. So, like, legitimately, just maybe even the same amount of, like, I would probably even start theorizing with the same amount of Snake-Eye cards as in the pure deck. Like, legitimately just this lineup, which is 9, 10, 15, 21 cards. And then just add the Runick cards, which would be 17, and then you'd almost be at 40 cards. But that's how you could do it, right? And then add like talents on top. Would we play the field spell? That's a different question. Like, I don't think we would play three copies of these. Like, it'd be possible to take out a Poplar and maybe one or two of these. And obviously Diabellstar is always somewhat cuttable. And Bonfire maybe too in this version. Even though I find it hard to imagine Bonfire being a bad card still, right? What can you play instead of Bonfire? I mean, if you were actually trying to build... If you have 3 Wanted, but you don't want to get Bonfires, you could probably get away with this version and just play more Runicks. You probably could. Do you think a deck like this would miss having a battle phase? The fact that this deck doesn't have the battle phase is going to make it harder to play. But that's the case with all the Runick decks, because you don't have to actually just OTK. You have to figure out how to win the grind game. I'll tell you that much though, if this deck ever gets to do what it wants to do, I don't think the grind game is ever going to be an issue for you. I don't think you would ever have a problem with that. Like, genuinely, I don't see this deck, if it pulls off this its game, I don't think it can ever lose in the long run. Like, this deck literally goes infinite, I feel like, on value. This deck might play 3 Flamberge, maybe. Maybe. But yeah. So essentially, the maximum of Snake-Eye cards you would be playing would be this, right? So a maximum of, I mean, maybe the third. Do I have a third I have a third Flamberge. I just don't know if I have it at hand. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. But let's just assume we play 2 for now. Let's assume 2. Yeah. Some amount of these, this was, what was this? 21, right? 21 is the maximum of Snake-Eye cards, I think. Roughly. Roughly 21 Snake-Eye cards, and then you have like at least 15 Runick spells plus double fountain. 15 Runick spells plus double fountain. Minimum. Which is 17 cards. That's the beauty about Runick main decks. They build relatively quickly. It's like, yeah. You could play Abomination to pop 3 cards with Princess every turn, but don't know if it's worth. Abomination to pop 3 cards with Princess every turn, but don't know if it's worth. What do you mean? Abomination pops a card if Princess pops, right? So how are you counting this? Are you counting 1 pop Princess, then 1 pop Abomination, then 1 pop End Phase? Is that 3? How would you make it? That's a different question, yeah. The battle pop? I mean, it's hard to get the battle pop with Abomination. I don't know if I've ever gotten the battle pop with Abomination in Runick decks. Don't know if that's ever happened. Do we see you at the German Open in Frankfurt, and do you give autographs? I will be there, yes, and if you ask nicely, I also will autograph you something, yeah. That is no problem. I mean, it's always gonna be the same with Runick decks. You're gonna play at least 15, and everything else is just like a bonus, right? If we can fit more, we will. I think one of the best non-engine cards for this deck in this format would be Talons. Because going second, you would be always able to resolve it in this format, and it's always going to help you. And going first, like, you just further solidify the ability to play through hand traps. Whether it would be 3 or less remains to be seen. But that's the one card I definitely want to play in this deck. Talons seems like an absurd card in this deck. Yeah. Just an idea for a grind since it lacks removing battles without a bot battle phase. I don't know if that's true. Like, you have Flashing Fire, which is searchable, so you have 6 copies. You have Promethean Princess. You have technically Amblo Whale if they destroy some of your stuff. You have SP Little Knight. You have Zelantis to trigger the princess on your own turn. You have Flamberge Dragon to push their stuff back into the spell and trap zone if you need to. I don't know if that's the biggest problem that this deck has. I don't know if that's yeah. This deck is cool, but no hand traps I think is hard when going second. I mean, on the one hand, you're not wrong. I get that sentiment. On another note, like, that has been the case in other formats too, and it hasn't stopped board breaker / runic approaches from performing. Because in some ways you're right. In other ways, the Snake-Eye decks are one of the more interactive decks in the game, or like in the recent history of the game, when it comes to just you go second into it. It doesn't actually put up an auto win board. You actually have the chance to play into it, right? This might be one of the decks where you want to play evenly, to be fair. Like, you could try an evenly approach, because I think if you have 6 cards in hand and then you even, I mean, evenly doesn't do that much against the fire decks, but it does get rid of some resources forever. I'm not sure if I like it enough though. Well, we'll see. I could see myself playing like Cosmic Cyclone too. Another note on Runick Destruction. Is that in theory, Fire King Island is protected by Fire King Sanctuary, but there are combo lines that send the Fire King Sanctuary for a Snake-Eye card. Sometimes people do that. They don't always end on protection for the field spell. So I think Runick Destruction has at least the chance to be completely insane going second against that deck. So having a searchable MST, I think, is quite potent against the deck sometimes. You can probably destroy twice in this deck. It'd be hard, since this one is the easiest way you would do it. It's once per turn. I don't even know if you have another destruction effect for back row. Like, how would you do that? What are you trying to do? No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Whale? Yeah, but like Whale. You could play Nightmare Phoenix, that's true. But it's hard to get there. It's hard to get to Nightmare Phoenix, I think. Will this deck have enough space for floodgates? I mean, you wouldn't main deck any. You could side deck some for sure. You really want to. I don't think you need to, though. I think you have a thing for Runics. Yeah, I think you could say that. I think you could say that. Also, my body is Reggie. Thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. And Otuf, thank you for the prime. The reason why I don't think this deck would actually side deck, what's it called? Floodgates, is because I don't see this deck losing going first. Unironically, as long as we can figure out lines that play through Nibiru, I don't know if this deck has the capability of really. I mean, I don't think it would. I don't think it would. Like, I mean, of course, your opponent can have a custom hand and beat you. Like, that can always happen. If they throw like 3 hand traps at you and open like Diabell Star or Snake-Eye Ash or something like that, you can lose to that with any deck. But in a normal circumstance, I don't think this deck is gonna lose to those. Have you thought about the Diabell Star normal trap in the Runic version? I have. Ironically, I don't have that card on me. I own the entire Snake-Eye engine, but I don't have freaking Silvera because I didn't pull it in my one box that I opened. But I'm gonna get it to think about it. You could theoretically, I could imagine building a version with that, but I am not sure. Are you not afraid of Cyclone? I mean, after siding, you just set your runic spells, I think. You just set your runic spells after siding and you're fine, I think. It's not that, the fountain is not that important. Like, Cosmic Cyclone as a counter to runic decks has always existed, and it's a good card, but it doesn't invalidate the entire deck. You could even think about playing Munin to avoid it, because it's really popular, this format. Into Voiceless? Why would it have a bad matchup into Voiceless? I would argue the other way around. I don't know if Voiceless can beat this deck. Because you just destruction their barrier. Because of barrier, let me introduce you to a card called Runick Destruction. Activate one of these effects, but skip your next battle phase after activation. Target a spell and trap your opponent controls. Destroy it, and then banish the top 4 cards of your opponent's deck. Card's crazy. Well, he can negate destruction. Okay, have fun negating destruction. Have fun using your Omni Negate on destruction. Like, I don't think that problem would be I don't think that matchup would be a problem. I unironically don't think I don't think it would be a problem. The stuff being non-targetable, maybe you have to work on a way to, like, you can Zelantis, summon their stuff back face down. That's one way you can do it. You have multiple ways to remove the spell and trap. Like, you can go SP Little Knight to banish it as well, the barrier. There's a multitude of ways you can get rid of the spell, but it's legitimately, like, I don't see that deck ever outgrinding this deck. Like, if they have to keep their Omni Negate for Runick Destruction, that means they're not negating any of your actually important stuff. Because keep in mind, that's what I've been saying the entire time. This deck is not supposed to be mainly a Runick deck. You're still doing all the things that the Snake-Eye deck does, right? You just have more extenders than other decks in that case, right? And I think in the case of Voiceless Voice, that's actually good for you, because trying to hand trap Voiceless Voice is kind of a mini game as well, right? You sometimes you throw one hand trap at that deck and it stops immediately, and sometimes you throw 3 hand traps at that deck and it still plays. So it's a little bit it's a little shaky on that end, the hand trap mini game in this format, and this deck is trying to avoid that completely. Are you really able to fit all this stuff in your extra? That's what we need to figure out. So cards we definitely play, like, let's say minimum in any Runick deck, double Hugin, 1 Gary, right? More Garys, more Sleipnirs, optional. Would like to, but might not be able to. We'll see. Definitely play Promethean Princess. Definitely play IP SP. This deck might even be playing 2 SPs. I'm not gonna lie. This deck might need 2 SPs. We definitely play Hita. We might play Linkuriboh in Dark. We might not. I don't think we play Raging Phoenix. We definitely play Zelantis. We definitely play Amlo Whale. We might go for, if we play Heat Soul, we also play Linkuriboh, but we might not. We will see. And the same is true for Sunlight Wolf. Appaloosa, I think, should be there. And the Synchros, I think that's what we wouldn't be able to fit. The Synchro is, I think that's where it breaks. I think if you try to fit Formula if you try to fit Jet Synchron into the deck, then you're getting in trouble. So far, this is fine. I mean, this would straight up be 15. This legit, if we decided to play all of these, this is the same extra deck than my pure Snake-Eye deck. Just swap the Synchros for the 3 Runicks, and technically you're done, right? I simply don't think Jet Synchron is going to be feasible, because then we're going to run into trouble for in terms of extra deck space. I think that would be an issue. But from here, you know, maybe we need Linkuriboh, Dark, Heat Soul. Maybe we don't. We have to figure that out. Maybe we want Raging Phoenix. Maybe we don't. Maybe we want Sunlight Wolf. Maybe we don't. I think the problem with Sunlight Wolf is that your extra monster zone is going to often have Runicks, and those obviously can't make Sunlight Wolf. So the only way you would make Sunlight Wolf is with Promethean Princess, which is obviously possible, but then you're not making Amlo Whale, which maybe we have to decide on one of the two, but we'll see. What are you adding from Sunlight? I mean, just anything that's follow-up. Like, you don't have to add anything super crazy from Sunlight Wolf, as long as you just add something that's follow-up. Even though this deck might not need that, you know? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe this deck doesn't need follow-up that badly. But I think the extra deck would work out if we don't play Synchros. Like, the extra deck could genuinely just be fine. I think, ironically, that's one of the smaller issues, I think, for this. Right? Because people have been showing me some very nice combos with Jet Synchron, but I think the problem with those combos, is that you, quite frankly, ignore the fact that I think none of them really play well into hand traps. They just go full on combo potential with Jet Synchron. They completely ignore the fact that you can get nipped at any point. The fact that you can get hand trapped on the spell card, and you're using a lot of extra deck space to fit the Jet Synchron for a line that is very much win more, I think. Yeah. Jet plus Sleipnir is cool. Yeah, but then that's like, at this point, you're talking 4 extra deck slots or something. Okay. Yeah. Would you be able to build this in Master Duel to try it out, even though the difference is in ban lists? I mean, theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, you could. You wouldn't be you obviously wouldn't have Bonfire. And the deck would be very weak into Maxi. I think that's one of the bigger issues. But you know what? In order to get a feel for the deck, that might not be a bad idea, because I haven't planned any remote duel content for today. So we can't play it IRL. But what we could do, because I also just now got my food, what we could do is we could open up Master Duel. We can make a version that would work in Master Duel. And we can just play a couple games with it just to see how it feels in general. It's gonna feel terrible into Max C, but otherwise it's I think fine. All right, let's just do that. You just open Master Duel real quick, and we just try out the concept just to try it. It's obviously gonna be, I think, just for the record, it's going to be much worse in Master Duel for multiple reasons. First of all, obviously, the Runick package is much weaker in Master Duel. And the entire deck just screams, I die to Maxi. The entire deck just screams that. So it would be worse than in the TCG. In the TCG, this has, I think it has actual potential in the TCG. But we can just play a couple games to see how it feels. Runick. Oh, I get to play my double Royal Freezing Curses. Wonderful. So, we probably play 3-1-1 maybe. That's 15 Runicks. Let's do 16 if we can. Like this. All right, Snake-Eye. We would be playing, let's do 2-1-3. 3? 1? Maybe 2. I'm not sure. Diabell. It seems bad to play only one target for Poplar, to not even have a backup search. Let's play 2 for that reason. Wanted. Yeah, and then we don't have Bonfire, so I mean, we would just be playing Max C. And instead of Talents in the TCG, we would probably play Ash. Silvera? So Silvera is here to do what? To, if we get Max Seed? So we do it like this. I don't mind that. Luke Tyler, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. Okay. Promethean. Apollo. Promethean, Apollo, Sunlight Wolf. Masquerena. Obviously, Masquerena is weaker in Master Duel because we have to play like Nightmare Unicorn, like peasants. Maybe Heat Soul. Maybe Heat Soul with Linkaribo. And then Tavenitas, thank you for the 8 months. Is it hard to juggling Snake-Eye deck in 2 different formats? Actually, I don't think it's that hard. It's a little bit, difficult because of the differences in the format, but honestly, I like this situation right now a lot. I like this situation right now a lot because you get to play two very similar decks. Like, I think it's fun. Like, the fact that I can build this deck on the table and then play a deck that is not the same but very similar in Master Duel is very cool to me personally. I like that. This is how it should be, honestly. It should just be the same format, man. So the closer they are to each other, the more I like it. What am I missing for the... Oh, Zelantis. Zelantis. Good. Ida is already there. I don't think we need Dark necessarily. We could make Dark sometimes, but we might not need it. Let's do another, because Fountain is limited. Let's do a second Gary. And let's do a... Yeah, we can do a Nightmare Phoenix, I think. See, we have some room here. We have some wiggle room in the extra deck, I think. Wrong Apollo? Okay, sure. I'll do the other one. Snake-Eye, Runick. Like that, like that. Sleipnir isn't out in Master Duel. Okay. Let's see how it feels. Elf without formula is weird. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. Oh, wrong deck, wrong deck. That was close. Disaster avoided. Yeah, hand trap me right now, brother. Hand trap me right now, I dare you. Yeah. And this is something that your imperms and something in your other decks, they wouldn't do this, right? They would not help you in this sense. Now I'm thinking, what is my way to play around Max C with this? I just set the... Yeah, I mean, if we get Max Seed, we get Max Seed. No Max Seed. Do I pitch Diabellstar or do I just pitch the original Sinful? I feel like I might not need the original Sinful here. But I also don't have enough ways to use the Diabellstar. I think I pitched the Diabellstar. Beep boop. Goodbye. Nice hand trap. See? That's what I'm saying. The safe play would be to set this. But, I mean... Nah. They got something. Probably Ash, right? They probably have Ash. So why don't we go ahead and find out? This doesn't have a search target now, which is annoying. If I send Fountain, I can add it back with Gary, but I don't have another Runick to capitalize on that. Also, if I send Fountain, I can't clear my own extra monster zone right now, so... It is Ash. Yeah, okay. That's a little annoying. But... why don't you have one Birch? I don't think Birch is very good. I mean, technically... I mean, we have Maxi and Freezing Curses. We're probably fine. We just need to turn this end board into the maximum that we can. We have Hita, grab their Ash. I mean, we just end on Ambler Whale, I think. We just go Princess, Ambler Whale, Freezing Curses, Maxi. I think it's aight. Do we place with Poplar? Yes. This deck could honestly play more Oaks, because Oak is a good combo starter. Like, you can just have Oak, send Hugin. Yeah, it basically just turns it into a Snake-Eye Ash, like, instantly. It's kind of fine. Keep. Okay. What? What was that? All right. You got a special individual over here. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, wait. How does that work? Activates a spell card or effect. Banish this card from your grave. I'll max C here. What stops me? What is stopping me from just blowing up that thing with Princess now? Can this be destroyed? Are you proud of me for resolving Maxi? Appreciate you. Thank you for the 20 months. Thank you so much. Slender Revolution X also. Thank you for the 13. Okay, Zark is done. Okay, this has to banish from the monster zone. This is not actually that scary. Sweet. So all I just can't use spell cards, right? Spell cards or effects. That's not even that bad, is it? Like, what's so bad about that? Hello, game? I have a revive with Promethean. I can revive Ambler Whale if I wanted to. Read scale. Okay. Obviously. Special summon. If Oh, I can use Zelantis to put this thing face down and then they can't use the trap anymore. So I probably should have done that before normal summoning. I want to just make Nightmare Unicorn now to get rid of it, but So makes Atlantis. I can also put it into the back row. Yeah, let's do that. Try that. Trap tracks. Okay. Okay. I mean, that just puts my spells back on the menu, right? Unless they summon another fucking Zark. No, it's Dynamorphia Frenzy. Okay. So now it's just all my spells are back on the menu, right? Like, now the thingy in the grave doesn't do anything anymore. Bro, did you just try to outgrind... Did you just try to outgrind Snake-Eye Runics with Dynamorphia Labyrinth? Spells are back on the menu, yeah. Oh god, yes. Yep. That's actually kind of scary because I don't have a battle phase. I need to get rid of that somehow. I mean, we do have Nightmare Unicorn technically for that. Oh, there you go. That also helps. Okay, my timer is very low. I need to hurry a little bit. No! Okay. I'll allow it. Maybe I should be playing access code to board clear. We don't have burn, unfortunately, no. Wait, did I not have 2 level 1s in the grave? Oh, I didn't. I didn't have 2 level 1s in the graveyard. We're running out of time. We're not running out of cards, we're running out of time, is the thing. Oh, yes. We can never run out of... we can never run out of cards. That's never gonna happen. Special... Send Poplar. Uh-oh. Set... Okay, we're kind of low on time. If we lose this, it's only because timer. I just need a little more time, dude. Wait, that destroys all of my... No. Monka S. That destroys all my fountain draws. What the hell? I didn't realize that. Dude, if only I had a little bit more time, it's so annoying. Yeah. I'm gonna need to concentrate a little bit. Oh, that music is great right now. Love that for me. Dude. Oh my god, dude. This timer is killing me, man. I have so many cards, but no time to use them. Monka Christ. Oh, I should have shotgunned. Oh no. Alright, fine. Whatever. Sick maneuver, my friend. Another sick maneuver. It begins. Wait, did I have a battle phase? No. Maybe I did. The timer is making it impossible for me to actually think about this. I did? Ah, that's bad then. That's very dumb. Yeah, my extra deck has nothing off value. I should have just went for the battle phase. Do I have the trap in the deck again? No. I'm gonna send this Maxi because I don't want to get the prompt for it every time. I can just get the wanted here. What do I want in my spell and trap zone for Flamberge? Maybe Oak. Bro still thinks they're playing the game. They still think they're taking part. The hell are you thinking? The hell are you on about? They hope you time out? Well, I mean, I was very close. They were almost right about that. Dude, stop asking me for this thing. I need it. Just give this back. Just give this back, whatever. The Linkaribo. Goodbye, Linkaribo. You fought well. What a soldier, the Linkaribo, dude. Oh shit, that's actually good. I mean, don't I just have to shuffle everything anyways. Whatever. I mean, it's fine, cause yeah, goodbye. Dude, that was unironically fun. That was a fun matchup. Oh god. Because it's just like from the beginning, essentially, it was 100% clear that they couldn't win that matchup. Their deck cannot win that matchup. It's not possible. Like, it wasn't doable. It was just, for me, it was just a fun puzzle game, and for them, it was just Troll Despair for like 20 minutes or something like that. But whatever. They chose to stay anyways. Why can't Sunlight Wolf be destroyed? Because Nightmare Phoenix was co-linked to it, and Nightmare Phoenix says co-linked monsters can't be destroyed by battle. Oh, wrong, Gary. All right. How good does the deck feel? I mean, it's good, I think. It's hard, I think. Like the games that we just had, that's kind of what you would expect from this deck. Like, unironically, that would happen more often. Like the really grindy, but it's like, it's insane because normally you have like an engine and then you use Runick on top of it, and Runick is what gives you the grind game, right? This one is like both engines have insane grind games, so it's like managing that is tough, but it's fun. I mean, I can show you the Morbia list. This is the one. It doesn't get better the longer you look at it, by the way. Banger hand. It's just full gas. I mean, that's what the deck would do, though. That's what it would always do. That's the idea behind the deck. Like, all the cards are gas, right? You think access code would be good for the TCG too? I'd have to try it. We're probably gonna play some of this deck next week. I'm looking, it looks fun to me. I mean, it's a Runick deck, let's be real. I'm gonna play it. We can try it next week and try to get a feel for it. What was that combo? Why did they draw freaking blue off of a blind allure? Hello? Yeah, right there, officer. What the hell? Why is there a Mathmech Sigma in there? Is this deck just made to trigger me? What the hell? I still think we can win this. Are you still here? Or are you gone? You wanna maybe play the game? Hey! Okay, I was about to say, stop doing that. They said starter? There's no shot they said starter, man. Nah, they got hit with that dopamine. After that first allure, I know that feeling. It's the same thing that happened to me yesterday morning when I crafted a Royal Freezing Curses and then I thought I could go for the destruction as well. And then I lost all my crafting points. This is what they did. They felt the dopamine off of the first allure and they thought they could do anything with the second one. They thought they can do it again. They were hit with that. They thought they felt invincible. And they just flipped the other one as well. Like Jesse with Royal Snow. Did Jesse get Royal Snow? Did you hear what Jesse did yesterday? I saw on Twitter that he wanted to try to make a Royal Snow after 240 crafts. Oh my god. And so what did he do to do it? Like he just spent money on it? He just went and he spent 2K? Oh my god, dude. That's a lot of monies. That's why I've never gone, and I probably never will go for a Royal Rare Ultra. Like, I've gone for supers, because sometimes, you know, you just have a lot of super rare CP and you can go for it, but like, I've never gone for an Ultra, and I'm pretty sure I never will. I think it's probably worth using this. That. Okay, they have locked themselves out of their own Bestial. I'm assuming they searched the Bestial. Yeah, they searched Moldrake. Now they cannot use their Boldrake anymore. I banished Shinobi Necro. Oh no, it doesn't work like that. Okay, fine. I found Hane. Let's go. We can get it back with Gary, and we have another Runick after. So I'm thinking we just go Snake-Eye Ash. to bait the red. Because we don't want the Gary to be negated, yeah. Yep. And Ash stays on the board. Ash stays on the board so we can even tag out with it, which is pretty good. If this Gary gets impermed, because we only play one Gary. If this Gary gets impermed, we are out of fountain for the rest of the game. But then we still have Snake-Eye combo, I guess. Easy clap. Free up EMZ. It's never been this easy. Sure. They're fighting so hard to stop this. They are fighting so hard to stop what's about to happen to them. And it's not gonna work. They now have a negate on this pattern, yeah, but like only for monsters. Right? Yeah. I think I just sent a Runick, right? Me. Hello. Beep. Bop. Oak, I guess. Poplar can't really search anything. Poplar, that's the one thing about this version that feels a little bit off. Maybe there should be a temple here, but I'm not sure. I mean, Poplar wouldn't really be doing anything here either way. Like, we just... Oak. They do have fires in the grave as well. What do I have here? Oh, right, I still get a wanted draw. And then Poplar does have a target, technically. Jesus Lord, that's crazy. Phew. I don't play dark in this one. I don't have the room for dark, I think, right now. I can yoink. I can put the sprite red back and then summon it with it. I think that's cool. If I end on, I can like end on Sunlight Wolf. Right? I can like end on Sunlight Wolf and steal their red. I can also steal this pattern with Flamberge. But then I'm leaving the red on the board, which I don't ideally I don't really want to do that. Because they're both a monster negate, right? Like, what if I think I can lock them down 100% if I just go Sprite Red, and then I can technically... I can Hita their carrot. Yeah. They have a Bestial in hand? Yeah, but they can't use it this turn. They can't use it this turn, because they went starter earlier. Dude, I'm a Sprite deck now. I'm making Sunlight Wolf because it's a link too that I can tribute for Red and Carrot. And now... Now I'm gonna Flamberge, summon their red into my Sunlight Wolf zone and add back and have red and carrot. My sprites now, dude. Give me that. Give me that thing. Give it to me. Yeah, sure. Go Baldrick. Whatever. Oh, God, dude. Yeah, goodbye, Diabell Star. It's fine. Whatever, man. Beep, beep. Oh, God. The Promethean as well. Yep, I'm gonna use Promethean too. Dude, I'm too powerful. No, it's too much. Bob. Oh, God damn, dude. It's too powerful, man. We go back in. Alright, let's gas too. I haven't decided yet whether I think Diabell Star in the format makes it so you should be shotgunning Max C. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I feel like that. I think I'm just gonna Ash that. And if they have a negate for that, then I'll Max C. Oh, they had a response. Gamma is still a thing? I mean, yeah. One cool thing here is if they have Max C and they shotgun it, I can just chain a Runick and get my fountain running. Yep. I'm not going to give them a single draw, I don't think. I can give them 1 draw to get the counter trap, or not counter trap, but trap card. Yeah, probably worth it. We get Fountain. Send the Hugin. Doesn't feel worth it. I think it does. I think it does feel worth it, because it also means that we have a target to draw a card with Wanted next turn. We can bring the Diabell Star back on their turn to get another, like, it's a lot scarier this way for them. I think this is respectable for one, they get 1 draw out of this. I think this version is even better in Master Duel than TCG because Snake-Eye misses a bit of gas. You can argue that way around. Yeah, you could argue that way around. On another note, I think Maxi is a somewhat big issue for this deck. I mean, the trap card helps with Maxi a little bit. I'm kind of a fan that we added this one into the deck because it gives you like 1 special summon Omni Negate. That's like solid. And obviously like Runick's tend to play well under Maxi, right? Like, I mean, here we got Maxied, we still pass on Runick Fountain plus an Omni Negate in 1 special summon. That's pretty impressive. Well, I mean, we could negate that with this. We could also just summon a... Would I rather... Nah, I'll protect with Hugin, I think. Got a Rescue Ace. I mean... They're gonna get to Turbulence either way, so I guess we're just gonna keep our negate for the Turbulence itself. Yep. Like, if I negate this, they can search Turbulence with that. I don't know why they didn't start with that. I was gonna think about negating that, but now I'm not going to. Yeah, just search a fire attacker. Very good. Get maxed. Beep. If this card is sent, I mean, this just comes back. Are they? Do they think they're playing around my thing right now? My negation? Great job. Insane. Yep. Yep. Oh, I should have draw faced the search. What is here? Oh, we have another wanted already. Let's go wanted. Put the trap in. So we can get it back out. I mean, we can legit just loop the trap, no? Like, the trap is technically... It's not infinite, but as long as you have wanteds, you can do this every turn. Like, wanted for Diabell Star, trap card on their turn. On your turn, wanted the trap card back into your deck. Yeah. That's crazy. Beep. Diabell. Let's get the one from the deck. I think I want to thin them out. I don't want to draw into more Diabell Stars. Then I'm gonna special summon by discarding a Runick, which is free because I get it back anyways. Get the trap card again. Bro, nah. I could special summon with this Smiting Storm. But I am running out of Runick extra deck monsters, the last one. So I'm just going to use it to banish. Yeah, I'm just going to use it to banish. 2. 1 wanted, out of the way. Yeah. Beep. Now, this deck can work. I don't know exactly how good it is, but just as like a sort of proof of concept kind of idea, like this deck, it does work. I feel like that's relatively clear here. More Garys necessary? I don't know. I mean, in the TCG, I think you are always fine with 1 Gary because Fountain is at 2. And you don't need the level. How do I out this board the best? Sunlight Wolf into Access Code Talker outs it. Masquerena. If I Masquerena, I'm not outing anything off of the board. Which is not great. I don't think that's great. Sunlight Wolf. Like, I could push one of them back to the spell and trap zone and then get rid of the other. Maybe it's just Access Code Talker, though. Here. What's wrong with that? I mean, I could also just push one back and then... I'm getting low on time. I don't want that. I don't want to be too low on time. Let me do this. You have a beautiful singing voice. I mean, you've never heard me sing and you probably never will, so... Interesting. Is it really worth skipping Promethean? Nah. It's not worth skipping Promethean for Heat Soul. I think I'm just gonna use my Flamberge to push the Turbulence to the Spell and Trap Zone. Like this. You go back here, little rascal, and then we just loyal. There's probably ways you can smooth out the plays for this deck and maybe work on the extra deck a little bit, but I mean, we've got Flashing Fire, Ash Maxi, Omni Negate. Like, I think we are, in fact, what you would commonly refer to as vibing. Is definitely what we are right now. Princess in the Graveyard. Nah, we're vibing for sure. Turbulence is perma-negated. Do you really need to? I mean, I don't need to, but as long as it's there, I can't interact with the Hydrant, so... This. How did you recycle the trap? With Wanted in the graveyard. You go with when Diabellstar goes to the graveyard on the opponent's turn, you can summon it back. So you will always have a follow-up Wanted. And then Wanted Wanted grabs you a another Diabellstar for another trap, and then recycles the trap as well. I thought Josh wanted a battle phase this season. Look, hey, what do I care about what I said like a week ago? Why does it matter what I said like a week ago? Dude, not the fountain. What? Ooh, Flamberge. Going to summon back 2 with Flamberge. No. What? That. Because it's the last opportunity we have for it, so we might as well use it here. Okay, respectable. This is once per turn anyways. Oh, right, I knew about the fire attacker. That's fine, though. I can summon back their Nightmare Phoenix. I'm gonna do that just because I think it's funny. I didn't know you could do that. Today I learned. I didn't know Ambler Whale can summon from either grave. That's actually good to know. At some point that might come up. No, I wanted to co-link it. God damn it. Rest in peace, Nightmare Phoenix. Can you summon back the Phoenix? I'm not sure. Because it says treat it as a continuous spell, but it was an equip spell. I don't think you can. Oh, okay, they don't even have another. Okay. I was not expecting that. I thought they were going for the thingy, but I don't have it. Wait, why didn't they go for Sinful Spoils? Oh, it's banished. They only play one. Let's see. Dude, timer is a little bit of an issue right now. Like, if it wasn't for timer, this game was over long ago. If I had some more time to think through my plays, but... they've used this already, so I'm popping that. I mean, they legit have no... They have no interaction right now, right? So... Like, they have a wanted that they can use, but... I want to use the other effect of this. Sorry, I need to focus a little bit on this. This is not that trivial right now. I'm playing 3 Witch, yeah. Dude, I keep hitting freaking timer. God damn, I can't even think through all my stuff because the game's been going so long. Okay, we banished second turbulence. That's potentially huge. And we discarded called by, which was dead. So like, okay. Good lord, man. Hello, tip. Do I actually send my Apo for this to summon Gary? There's no way, right? No. Yeah. I mean, it was the same situation this game. It was the same situation. The game was without a timer, it was unlosable. Like, you just need to practice this deck, I feel like. You would have to practice this. Oh, we leveled up to 35. Okay. The deck's fun. The deck's fun, and it's not bad. It's not bad. I don't think it needs 3 Poplar. I would lean towards doing something like this. I think Oak is good in here, because you can even, like, Oak is actually a good card to draw in the opening hand, because you can just, like, summon Hugin, and if that gets hand trapped, you can normal Oak and send it to get to Ash. So, like, to make up for the lack of Bonfires, I think you can play more Oaks. What would you cut for Bonfire? We're gonna play this in the TCG a little bit next week. I have to think about it. I have to think about it. Do you think it's better than Pure? It's hard to say, honestly. It is hard to say. But it's definitely, I think it's good. I like it. I like it. I've been enjoying it. It seems good. It seems solid. Is Zelantis replaceable? We haven't made it yet today. I know we haven't made it once. I don't think it's replaceable. I don't think it's replaceable. Oh, that was another way to get rid of the Appaloosa in the extra monster zone there. I could have made Zelantis and tagged out into the main monster zone. That's another cool synergy with Runick, that you can free up your extra monster zone like that. Of course, it was still gonna have the downside of we would get rid of our Appaloosa, but you know, doesn't that make Appo 0? No, it makes Appo go to the graveyard because you use it as link material to Zelantis. We would still lose the Appo in that case, right? But I do think it's good. Consideration for dramatic Snake-Eye Chase. Is that in Master Duel even? Oh, it is. Place a Diabellstar from hand, deck, or grave face up in its owner's spell and trap zone. During the end phase, you can banish this card from your grave, target a monster, treat it as a continuous spell you control, special summon it. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound too bad. Honestly, in a pure Snake-Eye situation, this card, like if you don't even play Jet Synchron, this card doesn't really summon anything that you need. It's like it's a good extender, in a way. If you get hand trapped, like, or if you like, you know, it's good to have it still. You definitely always play this card. But I've noticed that in a lot of the games that we just played, it was just sitting there, right? It was just sitting there doing nothing. You can add Kurikara. You could also play Kurikara, yeah. There's some considerations to be made about this deck. It was fun, though. I think it's fun, and I think it's it feels viable to me. Like, whether it's the best version of Snake-Eye, I don't feel comfortable saying yet. But it certainly is a playable version of the deck, I think. It looked like the deck had no choke point. I mean, that is the advantage of the Runick cards, right? It's like, if you play Runick cards and Snake-Eye cards, I feel like, for the most part, it's going to be very hard to stop you. That is the key advantage of... That is exactly what I said earlier, right? Even in theory, when we just looked at the deck in theory, that's what I said. It's like, if you replace all the non-engine in a typical Snake-Eye deck with Runick spells, you're like, going first, you are basically unstoppable, because like, what are they going to hand trap? Your Hugin, your Snake-Eyes, your Diabellstar, like, it's, you have too many angles of starting to play and creating card advantage that you just like, because all of your non-engine is also extenders, right? But yeah, we're gonna try it some more next week. I'm gonna build a version for the TCG, and then we're gonna play some remote duels with it. I think it's gonna be fun. But for now, I think for Master Duel, you can experiment with this list that's on the screen right now. It seems fun. The trap card's been really good. Honestly, the trap card for Master Duel under Max C, this card seems very nice. I like this card. I like this a lot. Other than that, yeah, just if you want to experiment with it, go ahead. Feel free to. And yeah, all right. Text Forge, thank you for the 6 months and the kind words. Also the tracker, thank you for the 14 months a couple minutes ago. Appreciate you guys. How do you think the deck deals with draw? I mean, you would just use wanted. You would just use your runic spells in the draw phase to summon Hugin before they can draw. So you have Fountain up already, and then like the regular Snake-Eye deck through draw, you can probably still end on. You can end on Fountain plus Amblo Whale plus Flamberge plus Masquerena. So it's the same as regular Snake-Eye plus Fountain. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. That much. It might be more of a problem if you go second and your opponent has a board plus draw, then it's an issue, but that's an issue for every deck in the format, I feel like. So yeah. Okay. That being said, we have reached the end of today's stream. Once again, this is not the last stream of the week. Normally, I only stream Monday to Thursday, but tomorrow is the Master Duel Invitational that I'm going to be taking part in. So I'm going to be streaming my perspective of that tournament tomorrow. So tune in. It's a little bit later than usual because it's NA times. Like, I think it starts European time. It starts, I think, 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. So you're going to get a late Friday stream tomorrow. Hope to see you guys there to follow my perspective of the event. And other than that, we're also going to be live on Sunday for the UDS party, like watch party. We're going to watch party the UDS tournament together if you guys want to and have time on Sunday. So 2 more streams in the upcoming days. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody. Peace.